think you could just start to take your seats. We're going to start in like a minute or two.
Good morning, Kraków.
So, I don't know if there's like a lot of people here or not, but I think we can kind of get started. Probably a lot of people, watching us live online. So my name's Kamila.
I'm Bartek, hello.
And we're really excited to get the last day of App.js started. I think one of the coolest things about having a kind of live conference is the fact that you get to actually see so many people that have different backgrounds from different countries. Like, even just within the MCs. Bartek was born and raised here in Kraków. I was born in New Jersey, have been living in Poland for like 10-ish years. And of course, everybody knows, Brent was brought up in Canada and matches the stereotype of being an extremely kind and courteous Canadian perfectly. So when I look at all of the faces, out here, when I get to go out of the break room, I just get really excited to see all of these people that are so passionate about one thing, And if anybody gets nervous about going up to strangers, like I sometimes do, I'm kind of an introvert, although it might be difficult to see since I'm here on the stage. But I really kind of would implore you to try to get the courage to walk up to people, because this is one of the nicest groups of people I've seen in a really long time. Everybody's super intelligent, super helpful. So talking about kind and intelligent people,
there are like 11 talks coming up today in today's lineup. And the very first person that would open our second day of the conference is Kudo Chen. He's right now working on Expo, but he's a React Native enthusiast for like over 5 years already. He's been on Expo like for over 1 year. Actually, on daily basis, we work together. Previously, before Expo, he was working, for example, on Puffin browser. That's a mobile browser for mobile devices that is cloud accelerated. And previously, he was also working for Trend Micro company, and that is a company that offers cybersecurity services. When he joined Expo, I think he's a huge addition to the team. For example, he takes credit for aligning the React Native version available in Expo Go application with the newest one. Expo Go was always lagging behind the freshest React Native version by a few versions. And he, right now, whenever a new React version is released, whether it's minor patch or React candidate version, you can search for PR like in a few hours, and Kudo will deliver one, changing all the stuff in our repository to match the newest version. You can know him for also creating React Native Skia, but not this React Native Skia from Shopify by William and Christian, but the other one. And today he's going to tell us a little about React Native V8. And by V8, I don't mean the car engine technology, but the JavaScript engine technology that is heavily used by Google Chrome and Node.js. So let's welcome Kudo on the stage with loud applause. Kudo, where are you? Oh, Kudo is coming.
Ah, hi! Another round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Morning, everyone. I'm Kudo Chen, and things like Bartek introduced more detail than me, so I just to skip a lot of detail from me. But right now, I'm working on Expo, and really excited to working on Expo because it's I used to love React Native pretty much, and Expo is my first full-time job to dedicate to have development in React Native in daily life. And before that, I used to have some browser stuff in my job, so I'm kind of familiar with Chromium, the open source project under the Google Chrome browser. So I have two side projects. The one is another React Native Skia. The React Native Skia is using Skia under for another rendering engine, so we can support new platforms such as Linux, or maybe we can use React Native on Raspberry Pi devices in the future. The another one is VA. React Native VA is using the VA JavaScript engine for React Native apps. So we are gonna today. I'm very excited to attend App.js conference. So we are gonna talking about the JavaScript engine for apps. Before that, I will probably have a demo. So since we are talking about the JavaScript engine, so I have an app to compare different JavaScript engine there. So we have VA and JavaScript Core and Hermes. It's just interpreter here. So we can have some, for example, expression sorry. For example, 1 plus 1. So they're gonna be maybe 2. And thanks. So we can also try to use a different, the wording is too small to me. Maybe I change another solution to using the video, kind of better. Says 1 plus 1, okay. The another ones, I try to using the internal property for the JavaScript engine. This one is the V8 one, so you can see the VA engine's version and internal memory footprints. And right-hand side, we can test the internal Hermes properties, like the Hermes internal get runtime properties. So we can see the Hermes version and bytecode version. Then is another experiment to test the JSI internal properties. So supposedly every engine would have these kind of properties, but how it be there's only VA have this internal property? What's going on? So we are circling back to the interesting question later. So we are going to talk about some stories. How is React Native VA born? It's back to 2018 when I doing a project to integrate React Native with C++ code. At that time, we tried to use the CXS module, so we don't have to wrap another thing between Java, JNI, and C++ and under the hood. But at that time, our project is written in, it's building by Chien, but React Native is building by GCC. So it's not it's incompatible. So I tried to propose another some PR to make Chien building happens, including the new JavaScript core engine, which the JSC enjoy to React Native. And then a problem happens, just a special JIT crash happening on Samsung devices, but I cannot reproduce, developer cannot reproduce, just a lot of crash reporting here, and we cannot do anything. So at that time, I'm thinking try to use VA to React Native, because I think JavaScript core is not yet officially supported by the on Android and not officially tested by Apple or WebKit team. So that's the project born at 2019 June. And after 1 month, Hermes being released. I just think if I know Hermes will be released at that next month, I will probably not have this project. But I'm very lucky because these things happen. I can have here to introduce React Native V8. I should show out I'm not the first guy to do the V8 engine. Microsoft did. And there's Microsoft React Native fork. They are doing the 58, React Native 58. They already have this kind of code, but not many people knowing that probably. But I tried to do something different to my V8 engine to try to keep it easy to install, and I also want to learn some from JSI. That's why I'm trying to do it myself. And talking about installation, when you to install the V8 engine to React Native, you need to install 2 packages. One is React Native V8, the another one is V8 Android with different variant. And V8 Android is kind of just the V8 engine, and React Native V8 is the JSI runtime implementation. And we also have different kind of V8 Android variant with JIT enabled, just-in-time compilation enabled, or with light mode, which don't have the JIT, or supporting WebAssembly with INTO, international support, with a kind of different size in the JavaScript engine. I also want to talk about, actually, V8 on iOS is also supported, but I don't think it's not very useful because they don't have JIT enabled, they don't support WebAssembly, so I didn't maintain it so much in the meantime. To install V8 on React Native project, you kind of need a lot of steps to install packages, to change your Gradle file, to change your Java file, and Gradle property files. But if you are running an Expo project, you just need a single command, just install these 3 different properties. So I'm echoing to the keynote from Evan and Thomas yesterday. So we are trying to do some fancy stuff to make the library installation easier. So if you are trying to know what's going on under the hood, talk to us. So then talking about features, what features V8 offering? Number 1, you probably know the remote debugging, but remote debugging has an issue for JSI support, so you cannot use JSI for remote debugging. And people will say you can use the Flipper to do it. So V8 also supports the Flipper debugging. You can see that's actually the V8 engine, and you can use the V8 internal properties under the hood. Another way to inspect the JavaScript runtimes, if you have an Expo project and Expo CLI installed, we have a special feature like you can press a single key, and we can open the inspector from your desktop's Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. So you don't necessarily to install Flipper or any other Electron-fed runtimes. Even more, if you want, since it's a Chrome browser, if you want to use an inspector to inspect your inspector, that's also possible. Okay, we are going to talk about the answer why the JSI internal property is not available in the demo. Okay, it's a funny thing. Try to make sure you are in a dream or in the real world, according to the Inception movie. And it's actually the demo is a WebAssembly. Luckily, the JavaScript core and Hermes could be built from WebAssembly. So in this demo, the JavaScript core or Hermes is not actually a true JavaScript engine. The true JavaScript engine is just a V8. So other 2 engines are just a fake. Okay. But people tend to open issues, feature request issue to Hermes, JavaScript core, to support WebAssembly, and I'm always wondering how is it necessary, because you can build native code under the hood. Maybe it's not necessary, but maybe it's funny, or cross-platform support. You don't have cross-platform tool chains like that, but it's funny. Okay. Another slide I'm not pretty sure put anywhere, and somebody would like to use the Hermes because the bytecode is kind of secure to protect your JavaScript bundle, and your JavaScript bundle will not be plain text. But it's not true, because bytecode could be decompiled, just like a Java engine. And there's one tool like that to decompile your Hermes bundle to somewhere you can see in plain text. So I would say bytecode is not true security. Okay. Then we talk more about comparison for benchmarking. Because we want to compare different JavaScript engine, we should use a profile first. So I have another project called React Native JS Benchmark that's inspired by the JavaScript core open source project. And I think the benchmark should be multi-dimensional. So it's not just about memory, CPU, or just TTI, time to interactive. Also, I think the JavaScript computing power is also a key to for profiling or benchmark. So benchmark number one is a render component throughput. It's actually a score view with a lot of children view, and we try to add one child view, and after this child view demounted, we will try to add another child view. So in different intervals, we compare which JavaScript engine will have probably most children view. So the more children view, I think the JavaScript engine will be more powerful in JavaScript computing power. Okay, so that's a result. We compare 4 variants about JavaScript core, VA with JIT enabled, VA without JIT, and also Hermes. So we take a look which one is the best one. I think the more the number of throughput is the best one. Okay, I'm going. So probably it's the VA with JIT enabled is probably the best one, and the blue one is the Hermes. So VA with JIT will probably faster 2 times to 3 times faster than Hermes. So I think that's good for V8. The another benchmark is talking about memories, slightly different to the benchmark we mentioned previously. There's also a score view, but we stop at a specific count of children view, and we do memory footprint at that time. So we stop at 100 children, 1,000 children, and so on. So in this benchmark, okay, not so kind of difference there. Okay, benchmark number 3, we use existing React Native profiling infrastructure to benchmark the TTI time. So we try to generate a fake bundle to different size, for example, 3 megabytes bundle, 10 megabytes bundle, and 50 megabytes bundle to differentiate in this kind of different bundle size and which JavaScript engine will have the lower list TTI. So that's a result. Okay, and guess which one is the lower? I think lower list one is the better. So we can take a look, circling back the result later. So it's not so different between the two right-hand side. Benchmark number 4 is APK size. So the VA is 2 times bigger than Hermes. That's so Google style. That's so solid and large size. Okay, everything comes with a cost. I'm talking about TTI time more for the result. That I do some experiment to try to make VA TTI time to be compete with Hermes. So I did some experiment here. Talking about the VA JavaScript compile pipeline, and when the day 1 React Native VA released, people would recommend that you can use some technology from VA to speed up the startup time. Number one is the bytecode caching. The another one is the snapshot. So we are talking about these 2 technologies. First one is the snapshot. Snapshot, you can probably easy to see in the Chrome binaries. There's a VA context snapshot.bin file. It's actually the snapshot file. And what is a snapshot file? It's just a memory state. You can serialize from file to memory. And some built-in VA functions are actually deserialized from the snapshot. For example, JSON.parse. And you can, on the right-hand side, you can see there's a lot of built-in JavaScript functions are loading by the snapshot. So if we can use snapshot, they will probably faster than bytecode caching and even interpret from JavaScript expression. So I'm going to try snapshot to reduce the TTI if possible. So we can also try to use the snapshot to custom snapshot. The VA offering a tool, you can create your own snapshot. So in the case, you can use the snapshot to generate some snapshot with moment where typically there's a large size in your JavaScript bundle. And in the example, we can reduce 76% times, which is really great. And I try to use the tool for React Native bundles, and immediately it just crashed. Okay. The reason is that React Native has different stuff flow, like typically the browser. Before evaluate the JavaScript bundle, React Native will install some internal properties through JSI. And these internal properties are missing from the time you execute from the max snapshot tool. So it just access to undefined properties and exception and crash. So I think snapshot is not available to React Native. So we are going to try another technology, which is the bytecode caching. With bytecode caching, I also have some 3 different experiments here. Number 1 is the simplest one. Bytecode caching, to use the API, which is really simple, you just pass the original contents, or if you have a cache content, you just pass to API as well to compile. And here is a result. I try to put the purple ones, the latest one. So the left-hand side is the original TTI, and the purple is the one enabled bytecode caching, and the blue one is Hermes. So in this case, I think a little improvement, but us not compatible with Hermes. So I try to hack more to look more about the problem. You can see at that time, you pass both original content and cache content to the API, but there's a file I/O here, especially from mobile devices. This is a slow file I/O, so it's not ideal. It's a double loading layer. So I'm trying to think, can we hack to the VA engine like we pass empty original content and just use the catch content here, like the AOT, ahead of time technology, just like Hermes compile to build her bytecode before your runtime. And we can actually get some information from the bytecode caching, which VA is necessary to know. So here's the flow. We have the left-hand side is the build time, right-hand side is the runtime. At build time, we use the custom tool called the Make Code Cache tool to generate your bytecode cache. And at that time, we also wrap out your JavaScript bundle to be some very small size bundle layer. And at runtime, right-hand side, you just to use a stub bundle and through the code cache and to interpret the JavaScript. So that's a result. The purple one is the result of this experiment. So it's kind of compatible to Hermes, and even from the 15 megabytes bundle, it's even faster than Hermes. Oh, well, but there's downside. Oh, sorry. The downside is that the bytecode caching technology is not so platform independent. So you have to support different kind of architecture and Linux, Mac OS, and it's not fully supported from V8. And another downside is that you should, for example, on Android, you should create four different kind of bundle for ARM64, x86 different bytecode caching layer. So it will increase your APK size there. So I'm going to try the experiment number 3. Experiment number 3 is we have the all in runtime. So the left-hand side is the is the first time to run your app. So it's typically you have an original bundle and you generate the bytecode caching in runtime under the hood. When second time to run your app, you just use the bytecode caching and pass the stub bundle to VA engine. Thankfully, React Native also have this kind of technology. You can use the different bundle. So we check when there's a bytecode caching file, we just pass the stub bundle. And that's the result. The purple one is not so good as the pre-built caching, but it's, I think it's somehow good enough. Okay. But just one downside a little bit. I think we can overcome this problem in the future. Because right now we are hacked into the VA engine. So if you have a JavaScript exception and you have a stack trace, and because you just pass the stub bundle layer, VA cannot provide correct stack trace for your JavaScript exception. For this question, I think VA support the lazy source position technology, so you can interpret your source position lazily. So I think we can come across this, we can overcome this problem in the future. Okay, so conclusion. So what is going to choose your JavaScript engine? I would say in most of cases, Hermes is still good compared to the APK size and with a good TTI. But if your apps need highly JavaScript computing power, for example, you have much more reanimated, work-late, under the hood, animation. Or if you need some fancy feature from WebAssembly, because I think VA is right now the first engine to support WebAssembly, I would recommend you use the VA, especially for Git enabled. I don't think the light mode is not so compatible to Git. And who use VA under the hood, I would say some popular, famous crypto like apps using React VA. And I will probably not publicly yes, but it's interesting when you can try to unzip the APK under the hood. I used to do that to find who do actually use VA in production. So I think that's pretty much my journey to make VA to fast and performant, and you can use it in the production environment. That's all my talk from today. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Kudo, for this talk. Now I clearly understand when you use JavaScript V8, you might fall into the same category as cars equipped in V8 car engine in terms of speed, performance, and other things.
Okay, so our next speaker for today is Fernando Rojo. He's the co-founder and CTO at Bukowski, which is a marketplace for booking artists. He was also part of Y Combinator's W19 batch, which helps launch and fund startups. You probably know him best for being the creator and maintainer of many React Native libraries, such as Solito, Modi, and Dripsy. I'd give more of an introduction to these libraries, but from what I saw yesterday, there was quite a lot about them in many of the presentations. So maybe a show of hands who has heard of Solito, Modi, and Dripsy? Yeah, so a full house. So maybe give some more information. Let's welcome Fernando to the stage.
Thank you. Before we start, let's take a quick group selfie so I can get all you guys in this. All right, look your best. Put your arms up or something. Awesome. So let's talk about shipping to production with React Native and Next.js. So my name is Fernando Rojo, and like they mentioned, I'm the co-founder and CTO at Bukowski. So we're a marketplace for booking artists. You can think of it like Airbnb for live music. Our product is live in production and processing millions of dollars worth of bookings. We have a website and we have an app. But we don't have a web team and a native team and a design team. In fact, we don't have a front-end team at all. The front-end for the website and the native app was built and designed by one person with one code base. And that's all thanks to using React Native with Next.js. I first spoke about React Native with Next.js at NextConf in 2021. Some of you might have seen that. And in that talk, I discussed the many challenges I faced, including navigation, animations, responsive design systems, platform-specific features, and monorepos. And I walked through how I built a few libraries to solve the problems, such as Dripsy, Modi, Solito. Looks like one of them might be missing. Maybe you'll find out at the end of the talk. And the reception of the talk surprised me a bit. I thought that React Native with Next.js would be pretty niche, but it turns out that there is a real appetite among React developers to be less constrained when shipping product. And little by little, a sizable community started growing around the stack. Could it be that the promise of cross-platform, without compromising user experience or avoiding the best frameworks like Next.js, was finally coming true? People started trying it out, and there was a lot of excitement. But there was a pretty big elephant in the room. How do I handle navigation? My DMs were flooded with this question. All over GitHub, everyone's asking, how do I do this? And navigation is by far the hardest part of cross-platform development. So in my next talk, I discussed a library I made called Expo Next React Navigation. And as the name implies, this library lets you share code between Expo and Next.js with React navigation on the native side. So why were people still getting stuck? The reality is that the APIs offered by this library were pretty bad and didn't solve the issue. So this is what it looked like to use Expo Next React navigation. And you can already see, like, where is this taking you? On native, we have a route name, and on web, we have a path, and these might not match. And it's just pretty unclear where you're going to end up from this. The difference in abstractions between screen names and URLs is already enough to confuse you. Next.js uses a pages folder with file system routing, whereas React navigation uses component-based stacks, tabs, drawers, and other forms of navigation that all go through a single app.tsx file. And overall, web and native just have very different patterns. And a key component of the library that was missing was just documenting how you should deal with these. So if you go down the rabbit hole, you'll find that I worked with Axel and a lot of other people on a pull request in an example app trying to solve this problem for months, basically from November when I gave the talk until the day I released Solito. And here at the top, you can see a comment from someone who saw the talk, was really excited, they had a web development background, and the first thing they're wondering is, like, how do I get navigation working? And this slowly became one of those pull requests that had a ton of activity. After all, like, the most basic thing of any product, just like how do you get from screen to screen, remained very unclear. And it's useful to take a step back here for a second. Previous attempts at sharing code between web and native have made you share too much, resulting in apps that look like websites or websites that look like apps. And so this is why cross-platform over time has gotten a bad reputation. And that's a trap I wanted to avoid. I wanted each platform to look and feel natural while still sharing the underlying screens that should look the same no matter where they are. And this required abstracting at the right level. And eventually, we figured it out. And the result is a library called Solito, which I guess has been mentioned a few times now. I was hoping it would be a bit more climactic here, but Solito lets you share navigation code across React Native and Next.js with the exact same API. It uses Next Router on web and React navigation on native, and it never crosses over between the two. So you're never importing Next code on native or vice versa. And this is all possible thanks to a recent feature in the last few years from React navigation with a great linking config. So all of your linking on the native side is handled with a single variable. Solito has the same API as Next.js, so if you've ever used link or used router from Next.js, this will look very familiar. Since most people here obviously use React Native, you're probably used to using something like navigation.navigate with a screen name. Solito replaces that altogether and forces you to always use URLs. And using URLs instead of screen names is much more scalable. It creates a strict contract between developers and users that over time you're forced to stick to. It also makes features like deep linking just work out of the box when you want to map your web URLs to your native URLs. And finally, the problem of cross-platform navigation was solved. So let's get into what Solito does and purposefully doesn't do. Solito intentionally has a very limited scope. Give it a URL, it detects what platform you're on, and it will make sure you get to the right screen. And a key part of Solito is documenting the recommended patterns and app structure when building with Expo and Next.js. This is one of the key things that's come up over time. The code isn't really the hard part, it's just knowing the right structure and what to do. And so since we've been doing this for a few years at BGig, that's what I've been trying to share in the docs. And over time, I'm going to be adding more elaborate examples and guides to the Solito website. The API provides three things. First, a set of link components. So there's a text link, a Modi link, and just a basic link. A use param hook, which replaces use route from React navigation. What's really cool about this is it looks just like use state, but it lets you use your query parameters on web and just your screen parameters on native to update state. And finally, you get a use router hook, which lets you push and replace screens with URLs. Now, what's important to note about Solito is that it doesn't concern itself with how you render your screens. It views your screens as your app's primitives, but it's up to your app and website to render these however you want. You can use tabs, stacks, drawers, a modal, whatever you want. You're not constrained at all. It doesn't involve itself with how it actually looks. As long as each screen points to your URL, it works with Solito. So oftentimes when someone releases a new library, like I've been getting asked, like, will this work with Solito? And it's not really even a question you have to ask. If it works with React Native, it works with Solito. This makes it easy to keep your website looking like a website and your app feeling like an app. They share the same screens, but the outer layout and navigation implementation is up to the platform itself. Setting up a monorepo with React Native and Next.js is a pretty big pain, so Solito comes with a script to solve this for you. You just run this, and you have a fully configured monorepo with an Expo entry point, a Next entry point, and all the shared navigation. And over time, we're going to be adding a lot more examples. One that I'm super excited about is this Tailwind CSS React Native one. Mark Lawler has been working on a really exciting library that lets you use pure CSS on web for Tailwind, and then build time takes strings into style objects on the native side. So I think this is going to be really cool for anyone who's used to using Tailwind. So just to kind of recap the lesson I learned building Solito, here we have the BGig mobile website on the left and the iPhone app on the right. Notice that the screen looks the same, but if you look around the edges, you'll notice some differences. The navigation sort of layout is very platform specific, and that's by design. And this is what Solito lets you do. It lets your users get the experience they expect on each platform. And that's the beauty of abstracting with URLs and not using pre-built opinionated UI on web. While that might be good for native, on a website, you really want to customize everything from the header to the menus that pop out. And I learned a weird lesson here. It took me years to realize that this was the right approach, but it took me like 4 hours to write the initial code. Like if you open the Solito library and you just look through it, like it's super basic. It's just a few components, a few hooks, and that's it. And for over a year, I was just abstracting at the wrong level. And the best answer turned out to be the simplest one by far. So when you're solving cross-platform problems, it's important to focus on finding the right abstraction and embrace the things that each platform already offers, rather than trying to overfit one to another. I'm going to totally switch gears here and talk about menus. So here we have Windows 95. And since the dawn of time, every UI has had menus. This was literally like almost 30 years ago. And yet, I've always found menus to be a big pain point in React Native. If you wanted to create a menu in React Native, how would you do? You would probably set up some Boolean to track state to see if it's open. And you would then have to measure the location of a pressable and put it under it. Or you just absolute position it under it whenever it's open. But let's say you want to do some more complicated things, like you want to be able to tap outside of the menu to close it. So that doesn't work necessarily on native. You can't set like a global listener when you click outside of something like you could on web. So you'd probably have to set up a modal now, right? You put a modal, and it kind of has a transparent background, and you can just tap the back of that, and that'll close the menu. The problem is, for starters, iOS only allows one modal at a time with React Native. So if you already have one open elsewhere, that could cause some problems. And you're also having to track state. So you also now have to measure the position of the trigger, of the button that triggered it, and then you have to measure the size of the menu. And let's say it doesn't fit on the screen, you have to move it accordingly. Many issues like that. And so even if you solved all of that, you're still left with issues like animations, Android back button support, just the many accessibility problems. And if clicking a menu item does something like sort a list, you're probably going to get a frame drop when it closes. And so by this point, it's probably pretty clear why there isn't a leading menu library in React Native, even though we had this way back in the day. And so I've been putting a lot of thought into this and wondering, like, given that menus are already so hard in React Native, would it be possible to make a menu for web, iOS, and Android that works in React Native? It's already a bit too hard to do on one platform, but maybe it'd be easier if we try to do it for all of them. So for the last few months, I've been working on an experiment. What if this menu problem could be solved once and for all? And I focused on two key questions here. First, what is the ideal API for a menu? And second, what should users experience? For the ideal API, I set on Radix UI. I think it's just like super elegant, very easy to use, very composable. So I made it my goal to use Radix as the API and figure out the rest from there. Since this only works on web, I needed to find a suitable implementation for iOS and Android. And this is where, historically, when people build cross-platform frameworks and apps, they get a bit tripped up. The goal is not to share everything. If all you want to do is share code, you can just put your website in a web view, and you're good to go. But your users don't care what your stack is. They just want a good product. So while Radix is the best option for menus on web, both from an API and implementation standpoint, I decided to use true native menu components on iOS and Android. It's important to build with a single unified API, but the output to users doesn't have to be the same everywhere they are. And so today, I'm introducing an experimental library called Zego for building menus with React Native and React Native Web. Zego lets you use the same API as Radix UI. Under the hood, it will create the best menu experience for end users, depending on the platform that they're using. The menus themselves will not look the same across platforms, and that is by design. We want to leverage the best that each platform has to offer. So on iOS, it'll be a native iOS menu. I'm also going to be adding a context menu so you can hold down on something and it kind of shows the elements iMessage style with options below it. You'll be able to do checkboxes, dangerous actions, things like that. And on Android, we're still working on the native side. So currently, it's just a JavaScript-based implementation for the meantime. But it will also be using the native menus on Android. So while this is still pretty early, don't even have like a full doc site set up like I like to in general and stuff like that, you can start using it now. And keep in mind that it's first release. But and I'm going to be adding more components over time, hopefully a popover and tooltip and things like that. On native, those are just going to render the same thing, whereas on web, you'll be able to interact with it with hover states. But this has already been in production on the BeatGig website and app for some time. So in my experience, it's a bit battle tested, and it's working great. And it will work with Expo, as long as you use a custom dev client. But as we learned yesterday, there's no more ejecting. So you will not have to eject to use this with Expo. And that is all I have. So if you want to stay updated with what I'm working on, you can follow me on Twitter. It's probably the easiest way. And if you want to learn more about the open source stuff that we're building at BeatGig and be part of the growth that we have as a company, we are looking to hire some fantastic people. So feel free to shoot me a DM or find me later today during the conference. And I think that is all. Thanks so much. Also, I am a bit under time, so I don't know if you guys want to take any questions, or I can also just hop off here, but cool. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much, Fernando, for that exciting talk. And Bartek, can you tell us who's our next speaker?
Okay, the next person in line is Derek Stavis. Derek is a software engineer manager at Brex, and Brex is this financial company offering their services to other companies, like credit cards for startups. Derek's been a React Native developer for over 4 years. He shipped several apps to the stores, Google and Apple Store. And if I were ever to describe Derek, I would say that he's a huge TypeScript evangelist. Despite his technical side, in his spare time, he loves spending time using all of his boards. And by boards, I mean surfing on his surfboard, using his snowboard to sliding down the slope, or skating using his skating board. But what I can assure you of, he will definitely not make you all bored during his talk.
But
Please welcome Derek on stage.
Okay.
Oh, it's happening again. Good morning. How is everybody doing today? So I'm going to do a very unusual talk today. I know we all work with hardware, and the hardware you probably work is phones. But I also wanted to talk about controlling hardware from your phones. And so this is what this talk is about today. So a little bit about myself. I'm an engineering manager at Brex. Today we do credit cards, but on my personal time, I do build, ride, and race electric vehicles, all sorts of stuff. Anything that has wheels on it, I will put a battery, and I will put motors, and I will do some sort of stuff to make it go pretty fast. So that's what I do. On my free time, I build projects for myself. It might be useful for others, and whenever it is, I will release it, just like open source people do. So what is today's route? So I'm going to give a little bit of context about bike modding context. So if you have ever an electric bike, you can modify your electric bike. And so a little bit about that. Talk about the problem, my solution to it, and some of the goals that I had. An introduction to Kilowatt, which is the app I'm showing. A proof of concept, how I made Bluetooth happen, how I fell in love with EAS, making it more awesome, and a little bit of why Expo is amazing. So context, I have 72 slides, 30 minutes. This means that I have to go pretty fast, so you guys will get a little bit overwhelmed by the end of this, but you can talk to me later if you want more info. So what is the victim? This is my bike. It's called a Suron. This bike can go pretty fast by stock. It can go 72 kilometers per hour or 45 miles per hour. It has a range of around 48 kilometers or 30 miles. It has a torque of 4.8 kilowatts, and it's fun guaranteed. If you really like doing dirt trails, and if you have ever done dirt bikes before, you will love this because you don't have gearing, you don't have engines, and you have instant torque. That's the benefit of having an electric car. If you have ever ridden a Tesla, you know how it is to full bottom up, right? And so it's amazing. And so why modding? First, make it your own look and feel. So this is my bike. I like doing some graphics on it and making it look like the way I like. But also, I want to have more speed. I want to go 128 miles per hour on this bike. I also want to have more range. I can have any battery I want there. And I also want to have more torque, 25 kilowatts. It's way, way more. And I can have ride tracking apps. That's why I want to mod. The controller. So the stock bike comes with that X Suron controller. That controller is only 4.8 kilowatts, and I want to go 25. If you want to go more, you have to buy a different controller. And so this is what a different controller looks like. This is the ASI BAC 8000. It's a very powerful controller. It's used for a variety of different applications. Bike is just one of them. It can go up to 48 kilowatts. That's crazy, and it's comparable to actual real motorcycles. It's adaptable to most EVs. You can install this on a car. I have friends doing mini go-karts using this, and so it's pretty fun. You can use this controller for almost everything. It has Bluetooth LE communication, but it has a proprietary and a non-free app. And so let's start talking about the problems. What are the problems that we have? There are many. The problem number one is that to use that controller, you need a screen. And the screen absolutely sucks and saves no data. So although I can see things real time, I cannot save the data. And so this is how it looks like. The screen or the console is responsible for controlling the speed of the vehicle. It has wrong speed numbers, which is not very useful. It has a laggy user experience, so when you change gears, it doesn't really update super fast. The software is pretty generic and not really tailored to what I want to do. The protocols are proprietary, and there is absolutely no documentation for this. The second problem is the lack of an open source or even open free or paid consumer grade app. Nobody's thinking about that. And so this is how the app looks like today. I think that the user experience kind of sucks. I don't know if everybody really understands what a bit is, but if a consumer understands what a bit is, it's quite interesting. This app is kind of messy. It's a Xamarin-based app, but it also has web stuff. So this is a web view. I don't understand some of the decisions here. And in the end of the day, this was made for technicians and not really for people like me and you. The dealers cannot redistribute this app, so whoever sells the controller cannot sell this app or give access to consumers. And so what happens is that people just like me and you that are trying to mod the bikes just can't do it. Problem number three is that where there are gaps, there's money. And so the way that it happens is that dealers are usually small businesses. There is no expertise to build apps. And so what they end up doing is every time you want to change a setting, they will charge you $150 to just toggle a setting on the controller. And that's absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. Second is there's a janky remote tune process, they say, which they log it into your phone using like some sort of like team viewer style, and they kind of like change stuff on your phone, and like I don't really like that. So what is the solution? Oh, I'll build my own app, right? Great. Introducing Kilowatt 1.0. It's not released yet. It's on test flight, but I'll show you a little bit about it later. What are the goals that I had for this app? First, I wanted to have a very simple setup. It needed to be simple for people to use, and anybody in the world could use because they understand some of the basic concepts, and they should be able to do their own without like fearing making a change that will like damage the controller or make they end up hitting the bike on a wall. So I don't want that to happen. The second thing I wanted to have is a real-time dashboard to replace that janky screen. And the last thing I want to have is right tracking, because as a good nerd, I do want to see the graphs, and I do want to see the information later, and I do want to analyze, improve the performance of the bike based on numbers. So I said it's in a week, right? So first 48 hours. Protocol proof of concept. The first thing I wanted to know is like, can I even do this? Like, I know that there is some bytes going on and back and forth between the controller and the device. And so I first needed to know if I could actually make the protocol work. And so I discovered that it's using a standard protocol in cars called Modbus. So Modbus is a pretty common protocol around. And so it's good that they were using some sort of a standard. And there is a open documentation about it. So it's good because I can actually just implement the spec. The most important one for us is like reading registers and writing registers. So all of that is documented. It's just like, a sequence of bytes. You can see that the request has a function code, a starting address, a quantity of registers, and then the response will have the function code, the number of bytes, and the register value. So it's basically an array at this point, and you just like, parse a bunch of data that way. But how I discover all of that? Let me introduce you to reverse engineering apps. So as I show you guys, there was already an app available, and I wouldn't start from zero. I would try to gain knowledge from other people. The way that I try to learn knowledge is I will take the app and I will decompile it. So how do you decompile an app? Decompiling an iOS app is more complicated than decompiling an Android app, at least in my opinion. So on Android, you just download this tool called APK tool. APK tool has this command called D, and it will decompile the app into a full flat folder with a bunch of stuff. So you're going to be able to see the XMLs for Android, you're going to be able to see the bundle, and you're going to be able to see a bunch of information there. So not every app is a native Java app. React Native are not native Java apps, as in Xamarin isn't as well. So when you try to decompile a Xamarin app, you will kind of end up with this structure with a bunch of DLL files. Xamarin runs kind of .NET, so it's a different virtual machine made by kind of like Microsoft, but also like a different organization. And so I needed to decompile the DLL files. So how do you decompile a DLL file? Well, first of all, as many different things that don't use native code, they will optimize in some ways. And one of the things that Xamarin does is to compress those files in a format that is more, that is easier for the mobile device to load. And so if you try to decompile those DLLs using some sort of a tool like ILSpy or et cetera, it's not going to work. So the first thing you have to do is to use this other tool called Xamarin Decompress. So Xamarin Decompress is able to decompress those files into regular DLL files that are able to now use Visual Studio or anything to actually see the entire code base. So I had the entire code base for the app, so I could learn a lot of this stuff. And so one of the things that I discovered is on Modbus, you have this thing called Object Dictionary, which is just basically a bunch of addresses. You know what is the name of that field, that address, and what is the value that goes into that address, and what is the scale of the number that goes into that address if you want to have numbers that are like divided by 10, for instance, or divided by 45. There's various different scales. So this file is available from the vendor, incredibly, and I was able to download it or even like steal from their app and then start building my app on top of that. And so the first thing I did, I was on a flight on the 48 hours. I decompiled the app. I figured out all that stuff, and I started writing the code. But because I was on a flight, I didn't have a Bluetooth device, so I basically wrote everything as tests. So all the protocol parsing and protocol generation was all done in tests with unit tests, and I was able to verify that my results were compliant to the spec just by writing the tests. Great, so that's third day. On the third day, I'm back, but I still don't have the controller. But I knew that I needed to do Bluetooth. So how do you do Bluetooth on React Native? We have this amazing library called React Native Bluetooth Please. That's how I call it. And so it's an amazing library. And I was like, if this works, I think that my proof of concept is done, and I think they can work. But that also meant that I needed to use native modules. And if you guys are in Expo, you probably don't want to use native modules, because then you cannot use Expo Go, and all the conveniency kind of goes away. But some guys were working on some cool stuff that you guys saw yesterday, huh? And I'm like, that's what I need, right? I will time box this. I'll time box this to 10 minutes. If I can get this done in 10 minutes, I will be going with that. And so how you do it? You EAS CLI, you install the package, you install like a specific config plugin, and then EAS build profile development, and 15 minutes later, boom, I have this amazing custom build of Expo Go that can run my code and can connect to Bluetooth devices. And I'm like, this works, right? Good job. Fourth day. Fourth day is the day that I realized, great, Bluetooth lists and connects to devices. So this is the very old version of the app. You can see the logo is not a proper logo. But it works. But I don't have a controller. So this is something that you will realize as you do the Bluetooth development, and I think is a very good practice for you to have. You will not always have the controller at your place, and probably you want to do something about developing without having the actual hardware. You cannot always have the hardware. So how can I test Bluetooth communication when I don't have the target Bluetooth device with me? Well, you use Bleno. So Bleno is a library for Node.js that can implement both central and peripherals in JavaScript, basically. So you can both build your own IoT device on Bluetooth LE, on a Raspberry Pi, for instance, or you can build a thing that controls the device itself. So I use Bleno to basically build my own mock controller. And so I'll be able to show you guys later of how I am doing it. But basically, I'm replicating the same bytes and bits that come out back and forth of the device, trying to make the protocol look as much as possible as reality. So this is how it looks like. It just creates a device, it advertises the device, and then it does a bunch of memory stuff and a couple of simulation where I'm just doing a sine wave to have the speed changing and have some sort of a change happening on the system. But other than this, Modbus is based on memory, so you always write and read from addresses. So it's very easy to implement this as just basically a big array where, or a big object where the keys are the addresses and the values are the values that you have. And so this is what I'm doing. Not very complicated, able to do this in a couple minutes. We're almost at the end, 6th day. I was in a stretch to finish it, and I was almost going back to be able to plug into the controller and make it work. And so this is the time to do some of the UI. All of that was working without a UI. It was all, just plain JavaScript, and it's the time now that I have to think about how I'm going to figure this out. So I kind of mocked the 3 things that I wanted to do. I wanted to have a way to connect. I wanted to have a way to select where you want to go. You want to have a setup screen with some of the stuff that you can change, like voltage and power, a tab bar that allows me to kind of navigate through many of the setup things that you have. And last is a dash that has some sort of a graph, and you can change the speed modes or gearings of the bike. There's no gearing, but it's just the power level. So I found this amazing video from William, where I'm like, you know what, I want to do this gauge, but I don't want to spend time figuring out the math. So what you do when you want to do crazy, great animations and you don't want to figure out the math, you go to William's channel and you just copy his code, right? And even better, you don't even change the colors, as you're going to see on my demo. And so this is the basic setup screen mocks. I had to re-implement the segmented control because segmented control doesn't exist on Android, so I did my own. Things reanimated, all the animations just work. I had a basic dashboard. Again, the colors have not been changed from William's video. I'm too lazy to do that. And on the 7th day is the day that I just integrated everything, and I had to publish it. And so how do you publish the app for the first time for everybody? Well, you just do one command. You do EAS build, profile, platform iOS, profile staging, auto submit. And the cool part is auto submit just submits the app, and you don't have to do anything. And the best part is it's pretty late at the night, and you just want to release the app. So what you do, you run this command, and you go to sleep, and the next day you just release it to beta testers. Amazing. So Kilowatt 1.0, I wanted to do a little bit of a live demo for you guys, which might or not fail. And so I'm gonna start using the simulator. Let me hide this performance monitors thing. So this is the home screen. It's a little bit different from the original one you guys saw. I did some of the refactors here and I started using some of the nice features. But the basic idea is that you can add a device, and then when you add a device, you just scans Bluetooth devices, and it shows on this list. Upon connection, you can do a couple things like rename or configure auto setup. The demo mode is quite interesting. The demo mode is the same implementation of the simulator, but instead of going through Bluetooth thing, it basically mocks the Bluetooth device itself. So it's running locally within the device without me having to have the actual Bluetooth connection happening, and that means that I can develop on the simulator, and the code is shared between the simulated Bluetooth device and the demo Bluetooth device, one that goes through the physical layer and the one that doesn't. So I can test both implementations, and I can run on the simulator. Very, very useful and very important. It's kind of like a little bit of an end-to-end test as well. So the features that you have are kind of basic on, you have the setup mode. On the setup mode, you can change some of the settings. By the way, all these animations are, again, just like basically plain reanimated animations. And it's great that it just works. You can see like even like the shifting height of different rows as things appear is also like automatic. If you want to add these animations, super simple layout animations, entering, exiting a layout, and it just works. For the lazy people like me, it's great. You just like add one line of code and the animations work. You have different tabs as well that you can navigate through. You have a couple different types of wizards that people can go through as well. This is, by the way, using state machines, if you're interested about. That's how it handles all the different transitions that you can have across the application state without doing a bunch of if and else's. So there's a couple different implementations. X state is the most familiar one. It's, of course, going to show not a number because I didn't do anything. And I can cancel, and I can reverse the changes as well, and all that is handled by a state machine. So this is the setup mode. There's also another very cool thing here. There's a dyno. So the dyno is like kind of a dyno, but it's a simulated dyno. The basic idea is like sometimes you do want to tune some of the parameters based on the feedback response you're getting from the bike. And so you can just like hit play, and live it will be collecting the parameters, and it will be plotting those parameters as a graph, so you can kind of like analyze the data and draw conclusions from it. If you want to save, you can just hit the save button, and it's going to download a CSV file that you can share to your friends, or you can share with someone for analyzing the data and drawing conclusions out of it. So this is the first mode. The second mode is the dash mode. The dash mode is the live mode that I use. So during the ride, while I'm riding, I'm having my phone always on my console, and I can use the phone to just control the bike. I can go to like normal mode. I can go to like different gearings, and there is a very cool feature of this that I can actually control this through Siri shortcuts. Change to N. Nice, right? So Siri shortcuts, React Native, graphs, animations. That's pretty cool, right? There's a lot of cool stuff here. So let me go a little bit to the talk. So I told you that I did this in seven days or in a week, right? The proof of concept was in 7 days. But this has been so far around 350 hours of work. So how were the next 300 hours spent? So data logging and analysis was very important to me. I like to use data to draw my conclusions for things, and I think it's very important that you also do. I think that some of the talks about performance will definitely be showing you that the way that you approach performance is that you measure, you prove a point, and then you make changes, and then you measure again, and then you prove that you solve the problem, right? And so the same thing goes for bike tuning or any engine tuning. You have to have a dyno, you have to use some sort of a tool to measure things, to draw conclusions, to make changes, and to evaluate if your changes have any significant impact. So data logging and analysis were very important as part of this project. So on the dashboard mode, data is sampled at 150 milliseconds interval. And there are 10 data points that are sampled at 150 milliseconds interval. So this basically means that per hour, you will have 240,000 data points. And a regular ride that I do is like 2 to 3 hours, which means that you're already at 480,000 data points. So that's a lot of data points, right? As you all know, charts on React Native are a challenge. And I tried many approaches. I tested many different charting libraries. I tried libraries using Reanimated. They were good, but they were not good enough. I tried Skia. It was good, but it was not good enough. And so after exhausting my options, trying to put 500,000 data points on the screen, I decided that I needed to go away from JS. JS was probably not the right way for me to solve this problem. And so there is this amazing library as well called React Native Charts Wrapper. It wraps 2 native libraries that are basically the same interface. There is MP Android Chart and iOS Charts. And it provides you a nice React Native interface, but it renders an actual proper native chart using native code. And so how do you get this library to work? Amazing. You're going to see this slide like this like 4 or 5 times across this presentation because it's just simple like that. You add a library, EAS build, profile development, and you get one more of those delightful development clients with the library already installed for you. And then you just use it, and it works. It's a little bit of like, wow, incredible. I can't even believe we're living in an age. The second problem I had is SQLite. So SQLite was becoming a bottleneck. If I am to send 500,000 data points, through the bridge, you can imagine those amazing JSON streams being serialized and sent over to the bridge, deserialized, and then, all that communication going back and forth. So SQLite was becoming a bottleneck, and fortunately, yes, 450, almost like 500,000 rows going through the bridge, trademark. So I found this library called React Native Quick SQLite. And what is amazing about this library is that it's compatible with all the SQLite libraries that we have, so the interface is basically the same. But the difference is that this library is using JSI bindings instead of using the bridge. So there is no crazy back and forth and serialization of information going. So this is amazing, JSI-based SQLite bindings. And so how do you get it working? I'm going to repeat my slide once again. You do yarn add, and you build one EAS, and it works. And then you will have to worry about it. There is a type ORM patch package for this. And one thing that I want to be cautious about this library for you guys that is very, very important is a learning that I had. JSI, let's talk about JSI. On the bridge, everything is asynchronous, right? Because you do have to serialize data, send over, process on the native side, and then async respond. On JSI, you are able to write methods that are blocking the UI thread. So when you make that call, you basically block running your app. And this library provides you 2 variants of functions. The first one is synchronous. And if you call the synchronous function, it's going to block your program. Your program will basically stop working for a while until the query responds. There is an async version that is the version that you should use. If you ever use this library, they will provide you a patch that you can apply to type ORM, which is the ORM I use, that uses the library but does not use the async version. And so I did change the patch on my own project to be using the asynchronous versions. And the cool part about the asynchronous versions is that on iOS at least, it does use Grand Central Dispatch to dispatch this in a thread, so it doesn't block the UI. It does not run on the UI thread. It does not run on the JS thread. And so the performance was significantly improved by just making that patch. And so the last one is the stretch goal. I using your hands when you're going pretty fast on a bike that was not supposed to go that fast, even though you're doing it, you probably don't want to move your fingers out of the handlebars because that's quite dangerous, right? And so I thought, like, what is the best thing I can do? Why don't I control the bike with my voice? Isn't that a great idea? How many times have you said, hey, Siri, call something, and then he calls somebody else? It should not be dangerous, but why not try, right? And so my stretch goal was to have voice control. And I'm like, oh my God, this voice control thing is going to take so much time from me, right? No, actually. There is this other library called React Native Siri Shortcut, and it allows you to actually create Siri shortcuts for your app. And so this is what I show, going into the Shortcuts app, touching into the shortcut, and then opening. You can also activate shortcuts with your voice. It's not fully Siri integration, but it is a way to do the integration. The only downside of using Siri shortcuts is that a Siri shortcut requires the app to be foregrounded to execute. It's different than Siri intents. Siri intents can be handled at the background level. And so when I touched into the shortcut, you saw that it actually moved to the app. That's one of the downsides of shortcuts. But because I'm always running the dashboard mode in front of me live, that's not a problem for myself. And so how do you get this library to work? I'm going to repeat that once again. Okay, you just add it and you EAS build, and then it works, right? No, it does not always work, but it doesn't mean that it cannot work. Right? There's always a way. So this package requires extra setup, and I think that's very good advice for everybody that is trying to get EAS build to work. Sometimes you will require some additional steps to make the library work. And so one of the changes here is changes to the app delegate. You have to insert code into the app delegate to handle the intent of the shortcut itself. And so this is documented on the installation. It's on the README file. And so you just literally have to copy that line and then paste that in the app delegate. But that kind of brings me that fear of native modules once again. Like, I don't want to be changing that stuff, right? So how do you do it and still make it work with EAS? Remember that sneak package? So config plugins, React Native, BLE, PLX, like what is that? Why was that there? Well, that is what it is. This is the Expo config plugins. Config plugins are a way for you to, during the build cycle, so when you do Expo pre-build, to run scripts that will modify files in a safer way than you would do manually or doing your own bash scripts that do SCD. And so I did my own. I copied some of the existing ones, modified some of the stuff. That's copy and pasta, like very standard. And so basically, I'm using this to be able to make it work. And then after my config plugin was done, it will be eventually coming soon to the config plugins repo or somewhere else, and you will be able to do EAS build, profile development, and then you have a build that can do shortcuts, and that's amazing. Cool. I have 2 minutes left, so that's pretty good. So what's next for this project? So there are about 60 testers using Kilowatt today with the most various different challenges, both technical and also in terms of their setups. There's various different setups of controllers, of plugs, and et cetera. And so it's been really good. To me, the most important thing, and I know that I didn't have this on the slides, but I should at this point, one thing that is very important, and I see that people usually overlook this on their apps, create observability for your apps. Build Sentry from day one. Build logging from day one. To me, the most useful and important thing was being able to go and understand the customer problems by looking into the logs. So I did a Datadog integration, which basically I pipe everything from console log into Datadog. And then when a customer or a user has a problem, I am able to go through the logs and see exactly what is happening. So log search. And then this only happens in staging, so it's good that development doesn't like clutter. And so here I see everything that is happening. So I can see the session ID. I can see when the user starts something. Like in this case here, I read the software version. This user is running the firmware version 6.02. And I can navigate through the logs and see exactly what is being done. So I read 0, but I wrote 2.02. And so the write check failed, it's 0. And so I can debug the app without seeing what the user is seeing because I'm logging everything that's happening. So if there's one advice I want to give you guys is always add observability to your apps. There's nothing worse than not being able to know what is happening on the user device. The third part is, I think that the UX needs to be simplified even further. And that's why beta testing is so useful. I was able to understand from the beta how I thought the UI was easy, but it was not. And so I need to make it even easier for people. And the last thing, one of the other things is background task integration. I really wanted to have Bluetooth auto start, which is a way for you to bring the app from being dead to being alive and start ride tracking without having to open the app and start it. And so this is something that requires background task integration because the app needs to be run in a headless mode. It's very similar to how background fetch works on Expo. And of course, the last one is publishing the first release outside of the beta. And lastly, I just wanted to say thanks. The reason why I was able to make this app in an enjoyable way and so fast way is because all of these people. Like, I wanted to thank Software Mention here for Reanimated 2. It's been a joy to work with. It saved me my time. I just add one line and animations work. I wanted to thank the Expo team for EAS, and in this case, SDK44. Even, of course, for config plugins and all the config plugins that I copied and pasted from him and just modified. William, thanks for having videos about everything animation, so I just can copy your code. And then the community, thanks for all these packages. I feature 4 or 5 packages today that were made by you guys here. And so if this was possible, it was only possible because of you all here and the impact that you made in the community. So I'm extremely grateful, and I'm sure that the community that is modding bikes around the world is also grateful for you. So thank you very much for your work. That's it. Thank you. I'm going.
Okay. Thank you, Derek, for this amazing talk. It's very inspiring to hear how your hobby motivates you to look up all this crazy stuff online, libraries, technologies, and of course, Expo services.
Okay, so now we're going to have a half-an-hour coffee break. So I just wanted to remind you all about the Q&A panel that's going to take place at the end of today. So if you have any questions you'd like to get answered, then please just go onto our Twitter account, App.js, and you can ask the questions in a reply on Twitter. And we'll, for anybody that's watching us from home, we're going to have another session of Studio Live on the second half of the coffee break. So see you guys later.
Maybe you've experienced a situation when you were building an app, but you didn't actually know what is the app for, what's the reason for it. And, well, that's why we're here. We're next to the Crux Mount. This is that small hill behind me. And even though it was built over 1,000 years ago, we have no idea what was the purpose of it. There are, of course, a couple of theories, and the most popular one says that it's actually a grave. It's a grave of one of the rulers of Poland, actually a legendary ruler of Poland, whose name was Krak. Actually, thanks to him, Krakow is known as Krakow, which means the city of Krak. But we are not sure about it. There were even excavations here, but we still are not sure why was it built. Nevertheless, we know now that on the top of the hill there was a huge oak, and it's possible that the ashes of a ruler, maybe Krak, maybe someone else, were hanging from one of the branches. But it's one of the most mysterious places in whole Krakow anyway. Mariusz, Stanisz, Software Mention.
Hello, everybody. We welcome you to our studio live on the second day of our conference. Our first guest today is Cheever.
Hey.
Hi. So my first question is, what JS conference is your favorite, and why is it App.js?
Good question. You know, Krakow reminds me of home, actually, where I grew up. So that makes this conference have a special place in my heart. But also, the people here are so great. Like, everyone at this conference that I've met and talked to is just really cares about the technology and the work they're doing and the ways that can impact users. And just fun to be here. And great speaker lineup, excellent production. This is really, truly, actually, just in a very objective way, one of the best tech conferences ever.
Oh, that's great to hear. I also wasn't born here, and I've also fallen in love with Kraków. I think it's a really special place with a lot of special people. And then when so many passionate people come here around, one kind of subject, I think it's just really, really amazing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, going back to our technical stuff. So Charlie, you said that Expo, and we know all that Expo supports web.
Yeah.
But what are plans for the web support for the upcoming year? Are there any milestones you are working on or planning to achieve?
Yeah. So just thinking about web, I mean, I think the two things that I would say about it at a super high level are, one, we're just seeing that this is what people want to do. And you can see this because when we talk to Expo users, we see a lot of people trying to build iOS, Android, and web from a single code base. And it's logical, it makes sense. It's like, we're all using React, we need a product on the web, we need a product on iOS, we need a product on Android. It's natural that many people sort of end up coming to this conclusion. And then also, when you look at the speaker lineup here and all the talks and the agenda, a whole bunch of the talks here are touching on this or even all about this. And it's just there's a lot of interest in this and a lot of momentum. The thing holding it back is there are a couple really tricky problems, and they're going to take some, the work to solve those things, stuff around navigation and stuff around making sure that we get the right balance of things like SSR in place and whatnot, and figuring out what bundlers to use and how to configure those and all those kinds of things. Those are actually pretty tricky problems, and sort of not just anybody can work on them. So I don't have a timeline or a really clear thing, but the way you can think about it is basically right now, I think with Expo you can have a pretty good experience if you're building for iOS and building for Android, and we're filling in all these gaps where it's easy to get started, it's easy to write your application code and then test that and see that, and then we're working on making it easy to deliver that to the app stores and things like that. There's way more holes in our offering around web in terms of yes, there's these basic things, we can improve the way the navigation works with this stuff, improve the support of the Expo SDK across web, but then there's also just stuff where it's if you build a website with Expo Web, you've got to do a bunch of other stuff to get it online on the web and get a link to send other people. Obviously, there's no reason that should be a big chore. That's really easy to do. I mean, it's not easy. It'll take a bunch of work, but that's the kind of thing. All those holes that are filled in and getting filled in Android and iOS, we need to bring web to speed there. And frankly, we have to do it because people are just telling us and showing us that this is how they want to build their software and what they want to deliver to users.
Yeah. And could you tell us maybe a bit about the team that's going to be working on this, or that maybe is
we're still figuring
working
that
on
out. But basically, if you are here and you're interested in this kind of stuff, come talk to me. I'll be around.
And what about the other platforms? There is React Native for desktop platforms.
Yeah.
Are these platforms on your radar too?
Yeah, I mean, eventually we want to support everything, basically, so that when you build for the Expo, you can just target pretty much any device you can imagine. In the short term, our priorities are Android and iOS are first class right now. We want to get web up to there, and those are kind of our top three. And then the next tier after that, though we're not really doing it all right now, but if we get further along and next in line is desktop, which is Windows and Mac. That's sort of where I think a lot of people who are building websites or building apps would love to have a desktop app too. It's natural. Then there's a whole class of stuff after that, tvOS, PlayStation, things like that. We could target
wearables,
those eventually.
Smartwatches.
And I think that all of those are kind of below the fold right now. One thing that's cool is Doug Lauder just joined our team, who's the maintainer of the tvOS stuff. So maybe he'll end up doing something to bring Expo support there. But we'll see. Not necessarily planning on it. But like we're kind of watch and see what starts to get really popular and what our users are telling us they really want and kind of make decisions there. But right now it's iOS, Android, got to get web up there, and then Windows and Mac for desktops are the next tier.
So ideally, in like a few years, you type Expo Start or Expo Build or EAS Build, and you have all the platforms covered.
Eventually,
right?
yeah. I mean, I think that's what you don't want to have to think about that stuff. You just want to, and if you look in the gaming space, like Unity has done this with gaming, where Unity can target the web, and Unity can target Switch, and Unity can target PlayStation, and you can target PCs, and it just, you know that you start there, and then you can target basically any device that you want to.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, and we'll be back to our talks in, I think, a minute or two. So stick around, and we have other interesting studio lives for you later. Okay.
Yeah, come talk to me if you want to work on web.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, welcome back after this short coffee break. I hope you are all energized. Whoever is not yet here, please come, because we have a great set of speakers waiting to give you some information.
Okay, so our next speaker is Michał Pierzchała. So he's here from Poland, but he's come here all the way from Wrocław. He's the head of technology at CallStack, and is very passionate about building mobile and web experiences, JS tooling, and open source, so probably like many of you here. He's also a core React Native community and Jest contributor, and he is also a self-declared space enthusiast, so I guess you can say that this talk is probably going to be out of this world. Okay, so while Michał is getting ready, I know that Brent had a lot of trivia for you yesterday. I don't have beers to give you. I didn't get, that ready before, but if any of you know, Kraków is the city of a dragon, and Wrocław is the city of dwarves. So if you ever get to go to Wrocław, other than having a lot of nice beer under their town hall, they also have little dwarves everywhere around. So maybe visit Wrocław after you're done here with Kraków.
You can try and catch them all, or count them all at least.
Yeah, there's probably an app for that, or if there's not, then you guys can get on it, maybe with Expo. So
let's welcome Michał on stage with a round of applause.
Michał?
Hey everyone. Am I audible? Yeah? So thank you for introducing me. I hope you're all full of energy after the coffee break, because today I'm gonna talk about performance monitoring and how to make it simple or even possible with something new that we're cooking for you. So my name is Michał Pierzchała. I'm a head of technology at ColdStack, responsible for R&D and open source, a core contributor to a bunch of libraries. Currently, I'm maintaining React Native CLI and React Native testing library. So with that, enough about me. Let's start with some inspiration, shall we? Anyone heard of entropy? No, not this one. The physics one. So, as Stephen Hawking framed it, you may see a cup of tea fall off the table and break into pieces on the floor, but you will never see the cup gather itself back together and jump back on the table. The increase of disorder or entropy is what distinguishes the past from the future, giving a direction to time. Or in other words, things will fall apart eventually when unattended. But let's not get too depressed or comfortable with things just turning into chaos naturally, because we can and we do fight back against it. We can exert effort to create useful types of order that are resilient enough to withstand the unrelenting pull of entropy by expanding this energy. When developing software, we kind of feel it's a thing. That's why we usually put some extra effort to it and follow some development cycle. For example, we start with adding a new feature. During the development, we sprinkle it with a bunch of tests, I hope so. And when we're done, we send it to QA. QA says it's flawless, it's the best feature we've ever created, and promote it to our release channel. And after that's done, we're back to adding new feature. But that's quite simplified, isn't it? It's not usually what we actually do, because we don't take into account that a wild bug may appear in our app. And we keep it cool and identify the root cause. Then we usually add a regression test, so it never breaks again. We send it to QA once again. It's good. We ship it. And we can get back to adding more and more features to our beautiful app. So we're happy with our workflow. It works pretty well. We're adding new features. Our app release cycle is so well designed that even adding more people, 10 new developers, and dozen new features, it doesn't slow us down. We're ready to roll. And then a wild one-star review appears. And another one comes in. What's happening? Like, they just keep on coming. And we start to realize that our perfect workflow, based on science and best practices, which is supposed to prevent my app from falling apart, is not resilient to a particular kind of bugs. Performance regressions. Our code base doesn't have the tools to fight these. We know how to fix the issues once we spotted them, We've seen it yesterday, thanks to Alex. But we have no way to spot them before they hit our users. Freaking entropy. So how was it again? Or performance will fall apart when unattended. So if I don't do anything to optimize my app while adding new code and letting the time just go by, it will certainly get slower. But we don't know when it will happen. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a week, maybe in a year. But if only there's been an established way of catching at least some of the regressions early in the development cycle. Wait a minute, there is. We have regression tests, like fully automated regression ones, running in a remote environment on every code change, being a valid part of our development process. But before we jump into picking the best tool for the job, let's think about impact and what's worth testing. As with test coverage, there's a healthy ratio we strive for to provide us the best value with the lowest amount of effort. Since we're working on a mobile React Native app, we want to make sure to target regressions which are most likely to hit our users. But by the way, did you know that there's a name to this font, and it's named Impact? And you've probably seen it in hits like memes. Anyway, take a look at the typical performance issues that full-stack developers are dealing with daily. Slow lists and images, SVGs, React context misusage, re-renders, slow TTI, just to name a few. However, if we take a look at this list from the origin of issue point of view, we'll notice that a vast majority of these come from the JS side. Now let's check the related frequency. And what emerges is pretty telling. We estimate that most of the time our developers spend fixing performance issues, around 80%, origin from the JS realm, especially from React misusage. Only the rest is bridge communication, overhead, and native code like image rendering or database operations working inefficiently. But I'm not a fan of reinventing the wheel. So I've done my Googling for React performance testing library and found this package. OK, looks promising. Let's see what's inside. It's not quite popular, but that's OK. Last release 9 months ago, OK-ish. But it monkey patches React. What the heck? It uses React internals. That's not great. And actually, it's a bummer. I can't use this library. And after further inspection, it's not a good fit for our use case, and it doesn't really look like a solid foundation to build on and contribute to. But let's think what we actually need from such a library. Well, ideally, it should integrate with existing ecosystem of libraries we're using. It should measure render times and counts reliably, have a CI runner, generate readable and parsable reports, provide helpful insights for code review, and looking at our Google library, should have a stable design. Do you see where this is going? We need a new library. Introducing Reassure, performance regression testing companion for React and React Native, developed at Stack in partnership with our client Chen, one of the world's largest sports betting and gaming group. So Reassure builds on top of your existing testing setup and sprinkles it with an unobtrusive performance measurement API. It's designed to be run on a remote server environment as a part of our continuous integration suite. To increase the stability of the results and decrease flakiness, Reassure will run your test once for the current branch and another one for the base branch with sufficiently stable CI. In the future, we'll be able to only run the test once and compare the results with the ones from the past. delightful developer experience is at the core of our engineering design. That's why Reassure integrates with GitHub to enhance code review process. Currently, we leverage Danger.js as our bot backend, but in the future, we'd like to prepare a plug-and-play GitHub action. So let's see what it does. Reassure runs jest through Node with special flags to increase the stability. The measure render function we provide runs the React profiler to handle measurements reliably, allowing us to avoid monkey patching React. After the first run is completed, we switch to the base branch and run the test again. Once both tests are completed, the tool compares the results and presents a summary showing statistically significant and insignificant results that you can act upon. Let's go back to our example. Notice how we created a new file called with perf-test.tsx extension that reuses our component test in a scenario function. It takes a screen argument, which is in fact a return value from the testing library's render helper. And the scenario is then used by the measure render method from Reassure to measure render count and duration times for us. At the end, we call write test stats to save this data to the file system. And that's usually all we have to write. Copy-paste your existing tests, adjust, enjoy. Running benchmarks is not a piece of cake, even in non-JS environment, but it's particularly tricky with Node.js. The key is embracing stability and avoiding flakiness. Operating in a JavaScript VM, we need to take JIT, garbage collection, and module resolution caching into account. Then we have the cost of concurrency that our test runner is embracing for execution speed. And we need to pick what to average, what to percentile, and a lot more. Take a statistical analysis, for example. To make sure our measurement results make sense mathematically, running them once or twice is not enough. Taking other things into account, 10 times is a good baseline for our use case. Then, to determine the probability of the result being statistically significant, we need to calculate the so-called z-score, which needs the mean value, or average, divergence, and standard deviation. This got me some flashbacks from college times, so I'm not going to dive any deeper here. On this spot, I would just like to deeply thank the V8 team who paved the way for us and validated and open sourced this approach as part of their own performance suite. There's a lot we learned from their work. Measurement precision is another tricky topic in JS land. So React Profiler using Performance Now API to reliably measure rendering times. Node.js implements W3C recommendation, which is due to privacy concerns, which requires a resolution of no less than 5 microseconds, which means we can measure a 1 millisecond render with at least 0.5% of an error. This is usually good enough for measurements. But because a lot of lighter components render faster than 1 millisecond, and due to variable stability of the machine that we're running on, we run them at least 10 times anyway, and let you configure that as well, in case your machines are too fast. Now, module resolution caching is something that's great for our Node.js apps, but it bit us when developing the library. As it turned out, subsequent execution of the same component, the same test, often resulted in even 10 times slower runs. As you can imagine, averaging that would make the results unreliable. So we dropped the slowest test as most likely it's skewed by the lack of cache. Having all of this data, we can present you the render duration times as statistically significant or meaningless. If you're not sure of either, they're marked as insignificant. Apart from render times, another useful metric that may easily downgrade is render counts, which we get for free from React Profiler. And all of this information is stored in a JSON format for further analysis and Markdown for readability. We use this Markdown output as a source for our GitHub commenting bot powered by Danger.js. And this is by far our favorite and recommended usage of this tool, as it enriches the code review process while allowing us to alleviate the instability of the CI we are using. Now, you'll probably want me to just give you the library, right? Or I do hope so. But while we've been battling ourselves on how to release it to a wider public, knowing it's so fresh and still in very active development, where things may change, while avoiding to break too many users, but still get it out. And that's why we decided that Reassure will be available for all of you now as an early access preview. Sign up at callstack.com/reassure or scan the QR code. And that's it. Open source it at Callstack's DNA, and we'll open the library in upcoming weeks as soon as we think it's a bit more stable. But first, we would like to get more of your valuable feedback from early adopters, and possibly tweak the API a bit because it's still in its infancy. Let me share what we learned so far when using this library. You can cover the most important user scenarios. Even if you don't have perf issues now, you'll spot them if they appear. I mean, that's the point. Test the whole screens or even screen sequences. Component level tests are possible, but often they require more runs because they're so fast. You can reuse your React Native testing library tests if you have them. And all established testing library practices apply. So let your tests resemble the user's behavior and avoid mocking virtually anything other than I/O. Due to their qualities, it seems that front-end performance tests resemble end-to-end tests in our apps. And it makes sense to treat them as such in our testing trophies or pyramids. I just prefer the trophy. Remember that performance is not a goal, it's a path. Walk it with confidence. Heading towards end, Reassure wouldn't exist if it wasn't for my fellow colleagues, Maciej Jastrzębski, who's the brain behind the library and unfortunately couldn't be here with us today, and an awesome dev team of Tomasz and Jakub. Make sure to follow their work. And that's it, folks. You can find me on Twitter. And somewhere at the venue here. Have a great conference, and it's been a blast so far. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Michał, for your talk. We have 2 more talks before our lunch break. So Bartek, could you tell us a little bit about our new speaker?
The next person here on stage should have been Kadi, but unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us today. But we have another amazing speaker for you. And this speaker is Singh. Taz is a founder of Guild. That's the community platform company. And he is a long-time participant in communities across the globe, especially related to web, JavaScript, and so on. He said me, just a few minutes ago that he also maybe not but he is a professional JavaScript comedian.
Yes, so look out for his stand-up.
What is more, in his spare time, he adores chasing his cat around his house, or he loves to being chased by other cars around the racetrack. 2 days ago, during the lunch, he showed me a picture of his red car. Believe me, this car looked super fast, especially because it's a highest form of evolution of Charizard, because the car has license plates where Charizard is there. So let's welcome Taz on stage with a round of applause.
Okay.
So I guess while we're getting set up here, just trying to get the whole AV to work, I have to say on the schedule it says Caddy Kramen on the back for this time slot, and unfortunately, if you're expecting Caddy, she's just unable to make it. But so if you want a lovely, blonde Estonian girl to speak about React Native, I'm so sorry to disappoint. And so it looks like we're set up here. I can press the play button. Instead, I'm Taz Singh. There we go. That's me. I'm Taz Singh, and I'm here to talk about React Native everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean yes, everywhere, even down here with these penguins. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the founder of Guild. It's a new platform that's in beta at the moment, aimed at elevating communities around the world. Currently, we're focusing on events like the one we're at right now, and presentations just like the one I'm giving, all hosted on the same platform. So come chat with me later if you're curious about what we're building. But I'm sure you might have noticed by now, my accent is certainly not from around here. And that's because I'm from Toronto, where I started the Toronto.js community back in 2010. Back in those early days, I was subject to a lot of banter about JavaScript. Oh, you aren't a real developer unless you program in C++ or .NET or Java, they used to say. And I was taken aback, because if you've ever built a JavaScript application, you'd know the immense amounts of diligence that goes into it. In fact, we're building what the users use, and really they're supporting our experience. What we build really matters. So around 2010, we were just building apps in Backbone and Underscore, which were a very complex beast, if you remember that. And I started the Toronto.js community to get folks together, talk to each other, learn from each other, and elevate the craft together. And a lot of that serves my impetus for starting Guild today, because I quickly discovered that communities like Toronto.js are everywhere. We're at a community here right now. In fact, a lot of my closest friends are people who I met via the community, some of whom are in this very room. So I packed my bags in 2017 and moved to London to explore those communities around the world. And that's also when I was introduced to React Native on every platform. Here you can see me giving a talk about that in London just after I moved there in 2017. This tweet is from Ellie, who's an organizer of that event that I spoke at, and also now a good friend as well. You can find that presentation posted on Guild by heading over to my profile, checking out the presentations I've given, clicking on 6 in 1, and that'll take you to a video of the talk I gave back then. But anyway, to give you a quick rundown of that talk, essentially the goal was to have common code to run on every single platform. Of course, each platform is different and requires unique consideration in order to properly address each platform's advantages. This is one of the core strengths of React Native, where we can push that uniqueness to the boundaries and keep the core of your code base common for every platform. Things like date selectors, notifications, maps, and so on can be addressed at the edges, leaving the internals to focus on the common experience itself. For us, an early stage startup, it's important to optimize developer efficiency. We want every change to our code base to have the largest impact possible. We don't want teams working on separate platforms. That would result in no code sharing at all. We don't want a low level of code sharing where maybe some elements are shared, but the majority is still separate. In an unrealistically ideal world, we would have all of our code be common to every single platform, but that wouldn't address the uniqueness of individual platforms. And in my opinion, React Native makes it easy to respect each platform's individuality. And leveraging that is what creates a truly unique, essentially native experience. Realistically, we want the vast majority of our code to be shared across every platform, aiming for 95+% code sharing and making our developers as impactful as possible. Of course, feel free to go check out my talk from 2017 where I speak about this in more depth and also include all of the Webpack config in order to make that work. But these days, all of that is just included in Expo. So I'd recommend just checking out what they've done. Make any app, run it everywhere. Just go read their docs, and they basically package it all up very nicely today. Awesome. So today what I'm focusing on is the next stage of that exploration, responsiveness and navigation. So let's start with responsiveness. It's no secret that multiple form factors exist. When building an app that works everywhere, we obviously need to take this into account. You'd expect a platform like React Native to do this well, but it really just provides the basic primitives. And critically, there's no CSS. That means there's no media queries, there's no CSS grid, there's no CSS selectors at all. There's no first child, last child, nth child support, and so on. Styling in React Native is inspired by CSS, and that they use CSS property names and have a Flexbox implementation, but CSS itself doesn't exist in React Native. If you've ever built a responsive web application before, you can likely start to see how challenging it is to create a responsive experience using none of these constructs that we're used to on the web. So what do I do? Well, fortunately for me, I went over to consult in Bangalore in 2017. The organizers there got a hold of me and asked if I wanted to present for their community. Communities are everywhere, after all. I agreed, and here I am talking about a Pontiac Aztec, a truly magnificent car. I had the pleasure of getting to know the organizers of that community, one of which is Siddharth, who's sitting next to me in this photo, and thank goodness for that. He ended up being one of the most foremost experts in the React design system space, who I look up to for knowledge in this area. So around the same time in 2020 that I was looking for a solution for my React Native application, Sid came out with React UI. And this is taken from the React UI website itself, where it says, React UI comes with a set of components that are accessible, responsive, and customizable. That sounds like exactly what I want. It also has a list of components that it ships with. Reading from the right, there's element, link, select, text area, and so on. And critically at the bottom, there's also stack and grid to help you build a layout essentially with those underlying building blocks. But critically, this is all built for web. It's built for React, it's built for web. It's not compatible with React Native at all. But maybe I could take that and create a React Native design system using that. Maybe those layout constructs would help me with the responsiveness of my React Native application. And so I tried doing exactly that. I tried just building what he built, but for React Native. And after a bunch of trial and error, I got something working. I thought to message Sid. I said, hey, Sid, how's it going? Enjoying Amsterdam? I wanted to reach out to say I'm a big fan of React UI. In fact, such a big fan, I ended up implementing large parts of it for my React Native app in a cross-platform manner. It's a shameless rip-off of React UI, but of course, React UI is for the web, and what I've done is for React Native. Thus, no emotion, no CSS, I had to implement stack a bit differently, and so on. Sid kindly responded, that's really cool. React UI is a rip-off theme UI, rip-offs all the way down. As I've been known to say, good artists copy, great artists steal, right? And so looking at the dates on those messages, you can see this was peak lockdown 2020 that I was working on this. And what I built was something like this. So you can see the code on the left and the rendered output on the right. You can see this just by going into the Guild presentation screen. This is straight from our production code base. And hopefully you can kind of see how things map from left to right. The critical construct that makes a lot of this composable is a stack. And just by setting that gap property, the rest renders on its own. At the bottom, I render a user item component, which I've highlighted using this red dotted line, and the code is on the left. You can see, again, it's just a stack that's horizontal. That renders a user's primary photo and a link component with the user's name. By simply composing stacks, we can essentially glue together an entire UI that actually works well and composes well together. I think that's what folks call being a full-stack developer. So we can go ahead and place that in a grid, which you can see here. Each stack is a row, and then we have a grid with columns inside each row. And then, again, by simply composing those underlying stacks into grid and columns, we can build an entire responsive page. It's fully responsive while also being highly declarative. At this point, I was pretty happy. I was like, OK, I got it working. All of Guild is built in this way. And it seems to work quite well. So I came up with a snazzy name, Mondrian. This was inspired after the famous Dutch design system engineer, Piet Mondrian, known for composing stacks into UIs that look like this. I created an empty repo on GitHub, and I started preparing for a public release. I was really excited to share Mondrian with the rest of the world, and that's exactly when I found out about native base. So let's compare native base with Mondrian, shall we? All right. It's an every platform React Native design system. It's far more comprehensive than what we've built. We're at 0.0.0 Alpha 3. They're at version 3.4.6. They have accessibility. They have documentation, which we don't. And critically, it was built in Bangalore, which was the inspiration for our design system all along. So really, if I was to recommend a design system today, it would very clearly be native-based. It's incredibly well done. And if I had known about this at the beginning, I would have just used that. OK, so we have a path forward for every platform responsive design system. Next up is navigation. There's mobile and desktop navigation, where on these platforms you typically navigate using the UI itself. You tap a button and you navigate to a screen. You tap some sort of UI element and something navigates within the UI itself. Essentially, the UI is the navigational construct without much in terms of additional external controls to essentially to control that UI. The main notable exception is Android's back button, but I won't dive too deep into that one. Then there's web-based navigation, where the browser provides a back button, a forward button, a refresh button, a URL bar, and tabs. Each of these manipulates the navigational state of the application external to the application itself. I don't have to explain how a browser works, but the main difference is basically that URL bar, where you should be able to copy a URL into a new tab, and it should just work. To demonstrate that, here's a recording from the UI of my cat's Instagram page. Isn't she adorable? If we navigate using the UI, a modal opens contextually because it knows the page that we're basically initiating that action from. This is similar to how it can work on mobile and desktop, where the UI is the navigational construct. However, if you copy and paste that same modal URL into a new tab, it opens in a full page because the application doesn't have the contextual information of what to put in the background. And so this is a key navigational difference between mobile and desktop and web-based navigation. OK, so how do we go about building this? Well, there's React Router, which advertises support for browser-based DOM routing as well as React Native. And while this does work very well, it lacks the native bindings on mobile to make things like dragging from the side of the screen to go back. It doesn't have that, unfortunately. Then there's React Navigation, which is a full-on mobile-first navigational experience. If you've ever worked with React Native before, you've likely used React Navigation. It uses React Native screens from Software Mansion to provide that drag from the side of the screen to go back functionality. And on mobile, it works great. In recent years, they've also shipped web support, which I'm highlighting here on the screen. And so we tried this, and it didn't quite feel proper on the web. It technically works, but it just felt heavy, and a bunch of things felt off. Things like incremental loading of routes, which you want for web, as you don't want to load everything in one gigantic payload, made the URL bar also evaluate incrementally. It just essentially rewrote itself as those routes loaded in. The back and forward buttons didn't quite work correctly, as hitting the back button, forward buttons frequently put the app into an odd state where it just couldn't recover, meaning you hit the refresh button, and then the URL bar would just rewrite itself all over again. And so to summarize, the React Router has great state management, but doesn't quite feel native on those non-web platforms. React Navigation state management is a bit wonky on web, but it feels amazing on native. And so when building a 95+% shared code base with the same navigation for every platform, we picked React Navigation, despite its flaws on web. The UX won't be ideal, but users will just have to live with that. And the wonkiness is just the best that we have right now. I know the team there is smart, and I know they're working very hard on making it better. I tried to lend a hand by sending in pull requests, but it quickly became apparent that a library with the heritage of React Navigation requires far more consideration than my contribution. So we'll just wait and upgrade as they release new features, and hope that the user experience continues to improve with every release. And that's my talk. Thanks. Come on, that's a terrible way of ending a talk. Geez, come on, you have to give me more credit than that. Geez, guys, come on. If you've learned anything by now, you should know that I solve all my problems with incessant complaining to folks in the community. And this time, I was complaining to my good friend Lorenzo. This is the only picture I have of him and me. This is at my friend Phil and Cindy's wedding. And just looking at it from left to right, you can see that I'm clearly the best man, and Lorenzo is the second best man on the right. And there's no other way to interpret this photo, and it's a good thing Lorenzo is not in the audience right now to have any other interpretation either. Lorenzo is a former maintainer of React Navigation, and he's heavily involved with React Native community efforts. Oftentimes, when I don't know of a good way to proceed in the React Native space, I look for him to guidance, because he knows a lot of these community happenings before most of us do. And this time, he came through. He told me of a new library called React Native URL Router. That sounds like exactly what I want, a React Native router, but with URLs. So I took a look at the documentation, and we found this example. I'm not sure if you can see the small text, but it's basically the best parts of React Router mashed together with the best parts of React Native screens to provide that drag from edge navigation feel that's native to mobile. It looked amazing. So I went to try it out and found that it didn't work on web at all. It's still experimental and still built mainly for mobile, but adding web support looked pretty straightforward. If you can see that red essentially outlined area, it looked like simply swapping out native router for browser router, and then swapping out stack navigator with the routes component with like essentially from React Router, made the rest of it just work. So I didn't want to go through all the effort of sending over PRs, only for the maintainers to reject them during a review due to not being aligned with their direction. So I got in touch with the maintainer, Alec from Software Mansion, and asked if we can have a quick chat about that direction before I start sending over PRs. What I got really surprised me. Alec set up a call and invited Christoph, who I looked up on LinkedIn beforehand because I had no idea who he was. It said he's the director of engineering at Software Mansion. And I was expecting well, Taz, you know, Software Mansion is a consultancy. And if you want to hire us to build your app, we can hire our consultancy and we'll help you with this massive paycheck. And so what I actually got really surprised me. I got so much support and kindness from both of them that I was just really taken aback. They told me that they're here to help with any aspect of using their library. They didn't ask for anything in return, but just feedback on ways we can improve together. In fact, they were more interested in the direction of Guild as a platform, and they wanted to help support the community efforts we were building. And I have to say, I've been in the software business for 2 decades, and I have not seen as much love and dedication to the craft as I've seen from those two. I can only speak of them. I can only speak of them in the highest, and I would recommend checking out their community efforts as well, just like App.js Conf that we're at today. So we agreed to partner up on React Native URL Router. We said we're going to use Guild as an example app to test out the paradigm of how it's used, so we can help flush out like any of the wonkiness or anything that's like off with the library. I haven't found any yet, but like essentially that's what we said. I rolled up my sleeves, I rewrote my entire app, I ripped out React Navigation, dropped in React Router as a stepping stone, basically also implementing React Native URL Router. Here are the stats from that PR. As you can see, I removed more than double the code that I introduced. Overall, the app now feels much snappier because the browser-based navigation feels much more at home. And I think the best way to see if it was worth it is to ask you, did you even notice? Did you notice that Guild is built using React Native Web? Did you notice that Guild is built using an experimental homegrown design system? Did you notice that it's using an experimental navigation framework as well? Did you just think it was an ordinary app built in an ordinary way? I spoke a lot about running on every single platform, while right now we're still focused mainly on web. We hope to incrementally release a mobile and desktop app in the future as our entire infrastructure is considerate of all those platforms as well, where expanding to them is dramatically easier than starting a whole new code base. But if you've taken away anything from this talk, it should be that we're only as good as the community around us. Throughout this journey, I'm fortunate and privileged to have met the people I've met through the community. Without them and without their support, I would be nowhere at all. It's not like I'm special. I just go to events, I talk to the people there, and I learn from the people around me. That's exactly why I started Toronto.js back in 2010, and that's exactly why we're working on Guild now. Because at the end of the day, communities are everywhere, and now your technology is too. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tas, for your talk. Before the next speaker is announced, I would like to remind you all that you can open your Twitter app or navigate to Twitter website, find App.js Conf account, locate the question thread, and ask any question this conference related. I mean, any question related to React Native or Expo. And moreover, I'm talking to you, people watching us live. You can do it also. We encourage you all to do so.
Okay, so our next speaker for today is Mateusz. He is a huge fan of specialty teas. And I know this because he sits right next to me in Software Mansion, where we work in Membrane. So he designs and develops various multimedia applications and libraries at Software Mansion. He is a co-creator of Membrane, which is an open source multimedia streaming framework. And if anybody has dipped their toes into multimedia streaming, you'll know that this is not a simple kind of thing to do. So they're working on trying to make it as intuitive as possible with this new framework. And yeah, so Mateusz, a nice round of applause for him.
Ale nie chcę dźwięku skąd. Hello, still setting up things because this is going to be like not easy today, I guess. My name is Mateusz and I'm a multimedia engineer at Software Mansion, and I'm also a React Native developer for like 10 days, so it's going to be fun, at least for me. And this is going to be about making calls, but let me show you what precisely. So let's say you have a simple application or barely any application, and what we want to have is this same application, but with a video chat within it. So you might wonder, why actually should we do, or would we want to do such a thing? Well, basically for the very same reason why you have a normal regular chat embedded in your application and you do not redirect user to some other app. It's one click away, so it's a really good UX, uncomparable to any external application. You also have full control over what's happening, who connects to whom, how the data flows, where it flows, what is the quality, and also you can customize your application to perfectly fit. So the video chat embedded into UI properly can look like within the application, like a part of the application. So since we know what are we going to do and why, let me show you the plan for this presentation. I will start by saying a few words about WebRTC, which is a standard that we are going to rely on today, and about Membrane and its implementation of WebRTC that we are going to use. And then I will try my very best to do a live demo of converting a simple application to an application enhanced with a video chat functionality. So let's start. WebRTC is a standard for real-time communication, and this basically means it tells you what protocols to use to stream live media properly. Sometimes it even tells you how to use these protocols to make it work, or to make them all work together. WebRTC is backed by Google, and it's defined at this page. What are the good parts of WebRTC? Well, it exists. So we have a standard that we can implement, that many parties can implement, and they can communicate together. They can build video conferencing systems. Then they can stream any media. But this is not only the only good part. Well, actually, many parties implement this standard, and that's why we have API in browsers and APIs on mobiles. Also, WebRTC is designed in a way that it gives you a potential to achieve a good quality if you use that properly, if you use the tools properly. Good quality of the streams, of course, for network conditions like bandwidth or latency or jitter, etc. But unfortunately, there are also bad parts of WebRTC. So I said that is a choice of protocols, and some of these protocols don't really fit there. So the end user is responsible at the very end of handling all the inconsistencies among this stuff. Also, it's 1.0, but like no implementation follows the standard 100%. Even Google's implementation doesn't follow it 100%. And Google is who creates the standard, yeah? So it's a little bit like CSS some time ago. So it's basically, theoretically, it works everywhere. And the same way, in practice, you have to like deal with separate implementations differently. Also, in most real-life scenarios of using WebRTC, you need a media server to relay your traffic. And the media servers that are available are not really easy to use. They're a bit hard to configure, tough to talk to, and this is quite important since you have to like connect to them, interact with them to make them work with your app, with authentication stuff, etc. Also, WebRTC is scattered a lot across a lot of documents. I said it's defined under that page, but that page actually redirects you to many RFCs, and these RFCs redirect you to even more RFCs. So to find out what's going on in some particular piece of this whole ecosystem, that's not a simple task. But if WebRTC is not perfect, then maybe we could use something else. Unfortunately, there's nothing else that is so popular and so usable, so we have to use WebRTC anyways. But here comes Membrane, and Membrane is a multimedia streaming framework that I, with my colleagues, are creating at Software Mention. And it is targeted for live streaming. It started as a radio broadcasting engine. Now it handles much, much more, like offline processing, transcoding, and WebRTC too. So why Membrane could help us? Well, we try to make it developer-friendly, so like pleasant to use, but we also try to make it hide these dark, nasty corners of things like WebRTC, for example, so they are like usable. But at the very same time, we try not to make Membrane a black box that you just run and it runs and hopefully it runs and not touch, but rather we try to make it explicit, so a user using Membrane learns actually how the media is processing and everything is like visible. Also, that approach makes Membrane customizable so that user can create his own plugins and plug them into the ecosystem. Membrane is also designed to be a fault tolerant, so that if like one stream, processing of one stream fails, then the rest of the system can still work and be unaffected. We try to isolate the processing of different media streams so that we can achieve this fault tolerance. And also we try to recover from faults by restarting the affected parts of the system. There are also two things that you have to know before using Membrane. First, it's cutting edge, despite it's already like 5 years old. But you know, this is not really JS, so it's still a little bit new. We use protocols that are already 20 years old sometimes, so those are not cutting edge. And Membrane doesn't aim to be the fastest. It doesn't mean we don't put our effort into performance, but if you have a generic tool, then it always be like slower than like a tool designed for a specific purpose, written in low-level language, which basically makes it a black box, what we wanted to avoid. Cool. So since we know what is Membrane and what is WebRTC, let me introduce to you React Native Membrane WebRTC library that is created by my colleagues from Software Mention, and that was recently published, which allows you to use the power of Membrane multimedia streaming server to create a video chat in your application in React Native. So now the time has come for the demo. As I'm not really experienced in React Native, this may not succeed. I wouldn't be really surprised. But at least I think I will show you some useful stuff here. So what we'll use is the simple application created with this command, npx React Native init, and also the library I mentioned, and the Membrane video room video conferencing server. So let me get to the code. Or maybe first, let me show you the app. I have it on my phone, not in emulator, because I struggled to run camera on emulator. OK, so it allows to, it actually is not the template, but also equipped with some basic functionality. It allows to input username, and you can click Open Video Chat, and it says it's a video chat, but it's not. So that's what we are going to change. And we can close video chat as well, and that's basically it. Great. So let me go now to the code. I guess I will have to zoom in. Cool. So this is the app.tsx file, which handles this basic functionality. Here are some utils, not really important, quite boilerplate like permissions or constants. And here is the actual video chat component that we are going to implement. So let me start by adding the dependency to our library. Oh, it's here. This is the yarn add. And it's done. And since it is added, I can now import it. And I will start by connecting to our server. So it's not really easy to type here, but I will do my best. Const web RTC. That will use a hook. Use Membrane server. And with this hook, we can, by using another hook, yeah, hooks are awesome, that's what I learned. By another hook, we can connect to the server. So we are going to do some async work. So let me create a, not like this. Create a simple function, async. And that's going to request for camera and mic permissions. So request permissions. It got imported, great. And then since we have access to camera and mic, we can do webrtc.connect. And here I will pass the server URL that I also have configured. And the room name, we could have multiple rooms, but let's keep it simple and make it one room. And here comes some metadata. And that's how I can pass a display name so that we can know who is connecting. And then when I connect it to the server, and I can actually activate the flow of the media. And I will do that by executing join room. Cool. Then let's execute the function. And return some destructor. So this will be webrtc disconnect. Great. So I have that. And now let's render some videos. So I will add another constant here that will be generated by another hook, use room participants. And this basically allows me to remove that. And for each participant, I can render some stuff. So I will start with some view to make it display properly. And then I will use magical styles flex that is like a magic word that makes everything look good. That's my point of view, at least. And here, I can render member in WebRTC video renderer view that will have a participant ID equal to participants.id. And here I will need a key probably, so it also can be participant ID, why not? And here I can render also a display name. Here it is. And this will contain participant metadata display name. Great, as we passed it before. So basically, if I didn't mess up anything, which again is probable, here also comes proper styling. Then I may try to run it and see if anyone is using our application. Yeah, it's going to take a moment. OK, it seems it is running. Let me type some username. That's my name, if you forgot. And open the video chat. I'll need to allow for mic and cam. Oh, and here is something using my app, actually.
Hi, Mateusz.
Oh, there's Kamila.
We're backstage.
Yeah, how is it doing, Kamila?
You know, I think the talk's going good.
Perfect. So you know, I cannot really talk because I'm giving a presentation at App.js, you know?
You're the one that called me, so.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, you can see this doesn't have the best quality because of the screen share that comes from my phone to the laptop and then there. So in my phone is actually quite good quality, and you can see yourself there. Wave to Kamila. Thank you. OK, let me go back to the presentation, even though I don't have much more to show. Oh, this is how it worked 10 minutes, half an hour ago, in case I didn't manage to run it here. And yeah, here is the link to this particular example I just showed you on the Membrane Framework-Labs organization. And again, link to the library. It's called React Native Membrane WebRTC. And I'd like to also show you at the very end our new web page that we just deployed like yesterday. and it's about membrane, and it has a lot of awesome stuff here, like resources to learn multimedia, and if you are like fascinated enough to begin your journey with some multimedia, then I think it's worth checking out. And if you're interested in the concept of membrane as well, you're very welcome. Well, enough of this advertisement. Thanks again. Oh, I don't know where is the presentation now. Anyways, didn't have anything more to show. Thank you very much for being with me today. It's been a pleasure to be at this conference with you. And see you around. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mateusz, for that presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, right. And now it's the time you are all waiting for, because the lunch break is starting. But before you go out there, kindly reminder, go to Twitter, ask questions, and this will be answered later on our discussion panel with experts. What is more, I'd like to remind you that during this lunch break, there are going to be Studio Live going on, 2 parts. So I'm looking forward to our guests, and enjoy your meal.
Okay, so stay tuned and see you guys later. Bye.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine, its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
I suppose we've all been there. At least once we've pushed a commit to a wrong branch, but usually it's not a big problem. We can always revert changes. But in the case of this story, the changes couldn't be undone. The commit couldn't be reverted. What am I talking about? There is a melody that is played every single hour from the higher tower of the St. Mary's Church that is behind me. And the last note of this melody is pretty strange, because it's very short, and because of that the whole melody seems that it's unfinished, that there is something wrong with it. Why is it so? So in 13th century, Krakow was attacked. It was attacked and there was a huge army that was about to enter the city. So a guy that was up there in the higher tower of the St. Mary's Church started playing a trumpet. It was a way to warn the citizens, to tell them there is an enemy that is getting closer, so we have to prepare for a battle. So he was playing. The enemies were coming. And suddenly, one of the archers of the enemies decided to release an arrow that hit the trumpeter in the throat. The trumpeter died, and this is the moment when today a trumpeter stops playing. But this story is 100% not true. So how was it invented? In fact, 100 years ago, there was a journalist, an American journalist that lived here. He liked the city very much and he wanted to have a guiding tour in the old town. So he hired a guide, and when they were here on the main market square, when they listened to the melody, the journalist decided to ask his guide what's the reason, why the end of this melody is so strange. And the guy didn't know the answer. That's why she made up the whole story that the journalist wrote down, brought to the US, where Polish people immigration read it, and then they brought it back to Poland. And now I would say that 95% of the Poles know this story and they think it's a real one. Mariusz, Stanisz, Software Mention.
Hello everyone, we are back at Studio Live. We have another guest today, Marcin Skotniczny, CEO of Software Mention.
Hi, Marcin.
Hi, Bartek. Hi, Kamila.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, how do you think the conference is going so far?
Yeah, so again, like 3 years ago, the organizing team, I think they've done a great job. I'm not very involved myself, so I'm just saying that other people did a good job. We actually tried to prepare this. Well, we started preparing this like 3 years ago. After the first edition, we had to cancel to one, so we're so happy that this is finally happening. So yeah, so far I'm really impressed by the work.
Recent talk was about Membrane, and actually Mateusz presented us some live results, coding live, connecting live. The results were like astonishing for me, but I know that the Membrane framework has been developed for years already. Why it took so long to deliver such results?
Yeah, so multimedia is super difficult area of work, and it's pretty niche. So there are not many people actually knowing what's going on there, as opposed to, for example, mobile development. You don't have engineers that do that, and that's because it's super complex. So building anything takes a long time. So, for example, I always say this comparison. So if you have a mobile app that will take you a week to develop, probably you'll need this thick of a book to specify it very thoroughly. And with multimedia, it's quite the opposite. Like half of a page specification could mean a project of 3 months. Why not? So yeah, so there's so many things that you have to do before you actually are able to have something working, and that's also why I think why Membrane is so necessary. Like right now, people are not really able to get into multimedia development. They will have, before you do anything, you'll have to learn. First of all, learn a huge amount of information. And that's something we want to kind of build on top of that, like improve that, make it faster, make the learning curve less steep. And it takes time. So 5 years is obviously more than we expected, but still, that's okay. Yeah, so basically it's so complex that I am not surprised that I would not be surprised that it took so much time.
Yeah, and can you tell me a little bit about the plans for Membrane moving forward?
Yeah, so actually over the last year and a half, I would say, we've been seeing an increasing traction, an increasing number of users that are interested in Membrane. The community we are trying to build is growing. We've had a bunch of clients that wanted to build something with Membrane, we still have. So we actually increased the effort. We built up the team over the last year, especially, year and a half maybe. The problem with Membrane is that it's really hard to build a team of experienced multimedia engineers because there are none, so they have to learn. So bringing up a new person to the team is always a challenge. So yeah, so we've increased the team significantly. We want to move faster. We want to actually build more, I would say, apps that you can use directly instead of just the framework. We're actually thinking about fundraising at some point, to build a platform, a hosted Membrane solution that we think could be something that will maybe not conquer the world, but hopefully will change something. There are not that many competing projects, so it should not be that difficult, but we'll see. So yeah, so mostly steadily moving forward and increasing the team, increasing the experience and velocity. Obviously, there's so many things that you have to, well, you can build like all the protocols, all the different use cases, because it's, well, streaming and multimedia streaming especially is something that, well, people think about the word, but it can mean many different things. So it's completely different thing if you want to, I don't know, stream like Netflix. It's a completely different thing if we are talking about, I don't know, Zoom or real-time communication, or I don't know, like those. There's a growing amount of startups and that provide specialized services based on real-time communication and video, or both, or either of those. So each scenario is a bit different and requires a lot of work. So if we are able to cover more and more scenarios, that's more and more membrane adopters, I hope. So that's the direction.
You did a great job already, because we saw membrane adapted to React Native. We saw it on web. It's like the whole thing is built on using Elixir language, and it's a huge an amount of lines of code that are there at the backend side is astonishing. It's like enormous, right?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
We'll have to ask Mateusz later, but it sounds about right.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so thank you very much, Marcin, for speaking with us. Now we're going to have a bit of a lunch break, and then we'll come back with another Studio Live at the end of that. So catch you guys later. Thank you, Marcin, again.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. We're back at Studio Live here, and we have two guests now, Kalev Hosani and Tommy Nguyen from Microsoft. Hello, guys.
Hi. Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. So we know that you're currently working on delivering React Native for desktop platforms like Windows and Mac OS. Could you tell us a little bit about the current state of this project?
Yeah, I can talk about it a little bit. So, we've been investing in React Native for a few years now, and as we've been doing this, we've learned a lot more about, what our internal customers need and what the community needs as well for the platform. And generally, the focus for us has been to build parity with the iOS and the Android versions of React Native. So when you come on the desktop platform and you use React Native, we want you to be able to transfer the learnings that you've had on iOS and Android, have the same type of developer experience, access the same components, and basically just be able to use your knowledge and have a larger reach for your application by extending it across all of those platforms. That's primarily been what we've been looking at. And one of the ways we've been doing that is to try to get to the point where the platforms are as close as possible to each other, as well as making sure that releases happen almost at the same time on all the platforms. For example, right now, the upstream, the iOS and Android versions, the version 0.69 of React Native is almost ready. And we are in the same place with Windows, where we have the RCs for 0.69 going out. We expect that they will release almost at the same time. On the macOS side, we are working on 0.68, so we're one version behind. So we expect that to come out fairly soon, and then right after we'll start 69. Within the next few months, we expect that all platforms will start releasing simultaneously. So when people want to use React Native, upgrade to new versions, they will be able to do all the platforms at the same time.
Nice. And are there any released applications that are currently using this technology?
Yes. Well, starting with Microsoft, there's a lot of teams within Microsoft that are actually using React Native, and chances are, at this point, if you are using one of the popular Microsoft applications, you are running React Native on your device. So some examples would be Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all use React Native today. Teams uses React Native. OneDrive uses React Native. The Windows operating system itself has some UI that's rendered using React Native. And even Xbox. Like if you have an Xbox or you're using the Xbox client on your phone, there are some applications there that use React Native as well. I think that was one of the things that I was really excited about when I boot my Xbox, and I know that some of those apps are actually React Native based.
Right, React Native, right?
Yeah, and you cannot tell the difference. They're really fast, and the experience just blends in. So it's really cool. Yeah. So that's inside Microsoft. Externally, we've seen a lot of apps being built, in the banking sector. We've seen some in the education sector as well. Messaging, like one of the highlights applications is Facebook Messenger, that they stood up on Mac OS and on Windows by essentially using the React Native for desktop platforms and leveraging that to be able to share their code between the two desktop platforms.
Yeah. And do you have any kind of upcoming milestones for this?
Yeah, I think there are a few things that are coming up on our side. One of the big top of minds is just the new architecture. Like we want to make this available for people to use. So and that has a lot of implications. So that means we want to enable Fabric on Windows and on Mac OS. We want to have Turbo modules up and running properly. So that means both converting our existing modules that we have to Turbo modules, as well as building a really good experience for people who want to write their own Turbo modules and embed that into their applications. That also gets us to thinking about bridgeless mode once we've moved away from native modules and we can start being fully on the new architecture. So that's one of the top of minds for us that we'll be heavily investing in over the next few months. The other one is around Hermes. So especially on Windows, where We've done a lot of work recently to make Hermes better and to get it to the point where we can have it be the default engine as well. So things like the developer experience, the profiling, support, performance optimizations, we've done a lot of that. We're working on adding the internationalizations and a few more things. So in the next few months, we expect to have a production-ready version of Hermes there that people can use.
Yeah, sounds exciting.
Yeah, that's awesome. In every technology, having a good developer tooling is quite an important aspect. What's the current state of the tooling, dev tooling, around React Native for desktop?
Yeah. Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. We're currently working on a lot of things to make the lives of developers easier, basically. So we recently announced this repo called RNX-Kit, where we're putting all of our tools out. So we have things like a reusable Metro config. We've added extra capabilities to Metro, like a plugin for type checking, for making sure that you don't bundle duplicate dependencies and stuff like that. We also have ready-to-use test apps. So if you have like a library you want to maintain, but don't want to bother with the native app projects and stuff like that, we have a solution for that as well. So
I see. And are there any updates you are planning for the dev tooling for the next couple of months?
Yeah. So we have. So for the test app in particular, we're also trying to add support for the new architecture, turbo modules, etc. We also reached out to the community to get feedback on our tooling, and we stood up working groups to get like feedback from the industry and see where we can improve and what kind of new toolings we can come up with. So. In the near future, hopefully we'll make lives even better. So, yeah.
The end goal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you guys so much for joining us. We're at the end of the studio live for now. We're going to go back to our talks in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned, and we're going to have our next speakers. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the Jewish quarter of Kazimierz. In fact, in the Middle Age, Kazimierz, which today is a district of Krakow, was a separate city. And it's also the place where Jewish community lived for 500 years. They moved in here in the end of 15th century, but we have to admit one thing, that the Jewish quarter, let's say, didn't scale very well. And why was it? Actually, the Jews needed a permission to buy a bit of terrain to extend the Jewish quarter, but it was not so simple, because the king of Poland was the only person that was allowed to give that permission. And in fact, because of lack of space, the Jewish community had a couple of problems. For example, the sanitary conditions were not the best. For example, there were quite a lot of epidemics. Nevertheless, the Jewish community was growing. And today, this place is a world-famous Jewish quarter that has over 7 synagogues and is a great example of the Jewish architecture in the world. Mariusz, Stanisz, Software Mention.
Well, hello again. It's us again. Okay, before we release our next speakers, there is this special thing that I want to ask you. Please, take your phones, navigate to Twitter, find App.js Conf profile, and ask anything that's on your mind right now. Because we are closing our questions list at 4 p.m. So now is the last moment for you to get your questions answered.
Okay, so our next speakers are a dynamic duo from the US. So it's Jessica Lowe and George Xu. They're both from Chime, which is a financial technology company that is trying to change the way that people look at banking. They've been working on scaling Chime's mobile app to support a larger member base. Jessica Lowe is a mobile engineer at Chime and a former startup founder and CMU alum, whereas George Xu is a mobile platform engineer and former Cornell and Facebook alum. They're both really into basketball, so if anybody wants to, play some kind of game, I think there's a basketball court out there, so maybe catch them after the talk. So George, Jessica, are you ready? Give them a round of applause.
Thanks, y'all. Hey, everyone. Welcome to our talk. Today, we're going to be discussing how we scaled the mobile app at Chime. Our mobile app is built using React Native, and we've worked very closely with many amazing software mention engineers in this room right now to get to where we are today. Huge shout-outs to everyone at Software Mansion for inviting us to speak today and for being such gracious hosts ever since we've arrived. Before we jump into things, let's quickly take a moment to introduce ourselves. We're both part of the mobile team at Chime. My name is George. I've been an engineer at Chime for 2.5 years now. Prior to Chime, I was an Android engineer at Meta.
Hey, all. We're going to just keep switching back and forth. Don't mind us. I'm Jessica. I've been an engineer at Chime for the last 3 years. Before joining Chime, I co-founded a fintech startup where we built a React Native app with ClojureScript. Now, for folks who aren't too familiar with Chime, we're one of the largest challenger banking apps operating in the United States. Our focus is on innovating new products for our members and pushing the industry forward. We've done this by eliminating a lot of fees, focusing on our members' needs, like providing additional liquidity and helping build credit scores. Now, we've been fortunate that members have found value in our product along the way, and we aren't done yet. We'd like to continue to support more features to help our members achieve financial peace of mind. In addition to growth of feature sets, we're also rapidly growing our member base. So over the past few years, we've gone from serving thousands of members to now many millions and counting. So for these millions of members here, the Chime mobile app is their gateway into seeing and accessing their money. With that in mind, availability, as you can imagine, is incredibly important to maintain here. So to be precise, availability here, what does it mean? So for us, availability is the ability of our members to access the information and resources they need when they need it. So what's the problem here, then? What are the challenges to maintain high availability at Chime as we continue to scale? So as we continue to grow more features, you can imagine the code complexity actually increases. And as we continue to support more members, the increase in the load on our system also goes up. All this is basically a recipe for lower availability, which is not so great. So today we'll talk through a sample app that in some ways is a simplified version of our Chime app. Through this sample app, we'll actually show in more detail about the problems we faced while scaling, and also talk about 3 things we did to address these problems. One, we'll go through how GraphQL was used to simplify the client logic and reduce the volume of requests. And we'll also go through how feature isolation was used to protect the most critical information for our members. And we'll talk through 3, how we created light mode, a new mode we created to respond to outages when feature isolation and other things we did didn't quite work, or wasn't enough there.
Cool. So this is our Fine app. Right now, it's in its early stages, and it's incredibly simple. As you can see, all we support is a single screen showing your checking account. For your checking account, we show your balance and your transactions. We fetch all this data through a single REST endpoint using the checking account endpoint, and that's served by our backend. Things are going great right now, but we want to expand our scope, and we want to support even more features. So let's say we want to introduce a savings account. We also want to show the user their profile settings, and we want to build out other additional features. Each of these new features makes separate REST requests to our backend to grab the data needed to render its UI. That means we also need to scale our backend services to support these additional requests. Therefore, we've decided to adopt a microservice architecture with a single routing layer. For the different microservices, you can imagine a banking service that serves bank data, such as the balance in transactions, or a user service responsible for the user information, and so on. With all these changes in place, the complexity has grown significantly on both the client and the server. Now, let's see how the system holds up under millions of requests. All right, so take all the code complexity we've introduced above and now pair it with a huge volume of incoming requests, and what can end up happening? System resources get overloaded, bottlenecks are exposed. Any internal service failing will cause a subset of client requests to fail. Because the client code has gotten so complex, this will likely cause loading screen to fail. Then multiply this by millions of clients, and we have a pretty serious outage on our hands. That's the opposite of availability. As we've scaled both the number of features we support and the number of members we serve, you can start to see how things break down. So what can we do to prioritize availability for our members?
So to prioritize availability, let's start with taking a look at our REST request patterns. We'll talk about how GraphQL can help us both simplify the code complexity and reduce the volume of requests we're sending to our backend. When using the REST pattern, we had to make 4 separate requests in this example to fetch the data for our app, since our REST endpoints are very data model driven. To illustrate what we mean by data model driven, let's take a look at these endpoints. So first, we fetch the /widgets endpoint to get the sorted list of widgets and that we want to show on the screen. We can also pass additional information like the title back. Then, only once that response comes back, every widget will fetch its own endpoint to populate the widget data. So as you can see, we make subsequent requests for checking account, savings account, and user info. This data model-driven pattern often leads to overfetching request data that won't end up being used. So in the example of the checking account, you can see we return the routing number, or in the example of the profile widget, when we fetch user info, we return the address and the email, none of which are rendered on the screen. It also leads to an unnecessary volume in requests to our backend services across multiple layers. At the routing layer, you can see that we send a number of requests for one screen, and that number of requests will continue to grow depending on however many new features we continue to add here. Now, GraphQL, on the other hand, allows us to return everything the client needs in a single request and to minimize the number of round trips we need to make. In addition, we designed the schema based on client needs instead of the server-side data model. As you can see from the GraphQL query on the left, we have subfields within the widgets endpoint to pull information on the account widgets and the profile widget. The single query helps simplify the client code complexity, where we don't need to make the multiple requests to the backend anymore. So let's take a look at what's happening under the hood here. So over here, a single request is made over to our routing layer. We then have the backend handle the necessary fan-out to microservices instead of the client needing to stitch everything together. The backend will then return to the client the aggregate response of what we need in order to render the widgets on our fine app. Through this one GraphQL query, the backend will only return what we need instead of sending all the extra data model information, like the routing number or the user email or whatnot. And now, instead of having the mobile app send multiple requests through, we actually just send a single GraphQL request and let the backend handle that fan-out. There are multiple reasons for why we chose GraphQL, but for purpose of this presentation, we won't dive into all those benefits here. Instead, for this talk, we mostly want to highlight how we're able to use GraphQL to simplify the client code complexity and reduce the volume of requests to our backend in order to help us scale.
So we were able to accomplish a lot by switching over to our one single GraphQL request. However, it is possible within a GraphQL request where one failing field errors the entire request, or one slow resolver delays the entire request. In this example here, let's say that our user service is erroring out, and therefore, we cannot obtain user profile data. When this happens, the entire screen is unable to load. All the widgets are now displaying an error, and we're no longer able to show the member their balances and transactions, which are critical pieces of data for a banking application. That's not fine. We need to make sure that even with user service failing, we can continue to show critical banking data to our members. We've approached this problem in a variety of ways, including graceful error handling, typed errors, and feature isolation. Today, we'll talk a little bit more about feature isolation. So how we implemented feature isolation is by splitting our one single query into two separate ones. One query contains critical member information, such as the balance and transactions, while the other contains non-critical information, such as the user info. Our most critical features are now isolated from failures that may occur with the less critical features. As you can see in the UI, even if user service is failing, balances and transactions are still able to return successfully. Our app can continue to display the most critical information through the account widgets, even while the profile widget is still in an error state. Overall, this is a much better experience than when we displayed an error for everything. There are other ways to achieve feature isolation. However, we found that splitting queries is the simplest and most resilient. Another benefit for splitting our queries is allowing us to implement traffic prioritization on the backend. Our backend recognizes these two query operation names, in this case, critical query and non-critical query, and it can assign a priority to each one. As you may guess, critical query is high priority, while non-critical query is low priority. Our automated traffic prioritization algorithm knows to shed low priority requests based on the available resources on the server. In this example, if we're experiencing elevated load, we can now shed all the low priority requests in favor of the high priority ones. So to summarize, with feature isolation, we're now able to prioritize critical banking information for our members in a variety of ways.
So we've talked about feature isolation and traffic prioritization. Both of these work in tandem to help us avoid most outages. Some outages, they're still unavoidable. However, so that's why we created this new mode of the app that we're calling light mode. Light mode is going to help us gracefully degrade the user experience and communicate with members and recover our backends gracefully. So let's take a look at an example where there's a prolonged outage and everything is failing here. The automated error experience with feature isolation works great for intermittent issues. However, for prolonged outages, we'll dive into a couple concerns. One, as a member, why is the current experience, why can that result in a loss of trust for our members, and how do we address that? And two, from our backend services, if something does go wrong that results in a prolonged outage, how do we keep our services resilient and protect it from getting hammered with requests? We've created this light mode of our app, which can be used to both put the app in a graceful state for our members and also protect our backend services. All right, so let's take a look at concern number one. How does light mode help with the member experience here? From this default error experience, seeing these errors won't be reassuring after a long period of time. A member has no way of knowing when their app will recover. They're just shown generic error messages throughout the screen, and they don't even know if we're aware of that there are issues. This can ultimately lead to a very frustrated member as they continually try to refresh the app. We've all been in that situation at some point. You know what we're talking about here. With light mode, we try to create a much more graceful app experience during these prolonged outages. So as you can see from this screenshot, we have a message up top with the ability to communicate with our members. We can reassure members that their account is safe, that we're actively working on a resolution here. Also within this mode, we have the ability to control whether or not we show these cash balances, cash transactions. This view is a lot more calming for our members than the prior view with all the error messages everywhere. Now, in order to ensure availability of light mode, we want to keep it simple. So we chose to set it up on a back-end infrastructure. Reason being, for some outages, it may not even be possible to reach our primary infrastructure. And now because it uses a separate one, we're keeping it simple so that light mode is controlled by just a JSON file hosted on a CDN. This way, even if our primary infra is down, our mobile app can still pull the necessary data it needs in order to activate light mode. This JSON data, as you can see on the bottom right, it includes information about what messaging we want to show at the top, whether or not we want to enable the cache transactions and the cache balances. Now, we've covered how light mode can help with our member experience. Let's dive into how we also use light mode to recover from outages safely from our backend services. All right, as you may remember, our backend services are completely down. Members are currently seeing an error state on the app. As a natural instinct, a lot of them will still want to try to continually refresh the app, leading to actually an additional volume of requests getting sent to our backend. This will prevent our backend from recovering as easily and as safely when it's getting hammered with requests. So to give our backend services a little bit more breathing room, we can actually short-circuit requests from our mobile app to reduce traffic when light mode is activated. Now, once our system starts recovering, we then want to be able to slowly introduce requests to go through until the backend services are fully recovered. So in order to do so, we don't want this to just be a Boolean toggle. Rather, we want it to be a dial from 0 to 100% that we can control. All right, so right now, app enabled is set to 0. As we start seeing things slowly recover, we can start allowing requests to go through so that they can start firing. Now, once the recovery is confirmed on our backend services, and you can see the cloud is now in a happy state, we can fully enable the app and restore the member experience from light mode. Now, you can imagine you can add further configurations within light mode along the way to control different parts of the app. Like you can just disable savings account or just disable if you have like 5 other screens elsewhere. This control with light mode lets us safely scale the app up while ensuring our backend services don't topple over, ultimately keeping us available for our members.
So to summarize takeaways, today we've talked about how GraphQL is great for bundling requests and simplifying the client, how we use feature isolation to protect critical features for our members, and why we built light mode, and how it allows us to respond to inevitable outages that may arise despite other preventions. All these items work in tandem to make sure that the Chime app is both a fine and available experience for our members. Thanks for listening in. Please find us at Chime on Twitter.
Okay, so thank you very much, guys, for that interesting talk. We have another duo coming up. So Bartek, who do we have?
Yeah, but before that, warm reminder, Twitter stuff, remember. Okay, so there's another duo, Tomasz Zawadzki and Krzysztof Piaskowy. You may already know them because they conducted this workshop 2 days ago about GSI, Fabric stuff. But these guys are both software engineers at Software Mansion working on React Native open source projects. They're both working on React Native Reanimated. Especially recently, they released the version 3 of this library. But they also touched React Native Gesture Handler or React Native Screens. Actually, on a daily basis, when I'm at the office, I sit right next to them. And when I turn my head around, I'm sometimes seeing them staring at the single line of code. Sometimes it's only 2 of them. Sometimes there's a bunch of other developers. And they are all staring at this single line of code, trying to figure out what is wrong with this view.
Something definitely.
Yeah. When they have some free time, but they don't have it much, actually. Tomek, for example, is always curious how things works under the hood, so he's investigating all the things, while Krzysiek is a space and a robotics enthusiast. Let's welcome them on stage.
Okay, round of applause.
So, hello everyone. Really nice to meet you. I'm Christoph, and this is my colleague Thomas.
Hello everyone.
We work at Software Mansion in React Native open source team, and we work together on React Native Reanimated. But today we are here to tell you more about Fabric.
So Fabric is a new thing in React Native world. It's totally a buzzword of 2022. We hope to give you a more pragmatic look on the topic and also share our knowledge on the current state of Fabric. Today, we are going to show you the app migration process from the perspective of mobile app developer. Then we will explain the differences between the old and the new architecture. And finally, we are going to tell you the migration story of our open source libraries, so we can see better what it looks like from the perspective of open source.
We think that the best way to learn is by example. So our today example will be the migration of the application to Fabric. So let's imagine a situation where you sit comfortable in your chair, then your boss, with excitation in his eyes, tell you that he just seen an incredible tweet from Elon Musk. So boss said, if Elon Musk said that Fabric is great, so let's migrate our application. So you reply to your boss, yeah, sure, let's do that. Your boss left the room, and then you need to check one little thing. Right question. Hopefully, you found the reactnative.dev website, and you started reading it. You found that Fabric is a new renderer, and this is a part of the new architecture.
So the new architecture of React Native consists of two things. First, turbo modules, and then Fabric. Turbo modules are the successors of native modules, which are mainly used for calling platform native code from JavaScript. And then Fabric, this is a code name of the new React Native renderer that is built on top of JSI. So what does the renderer do, you may ask? Imagine the following component tree declared in your React JavaScript code. In order to show it on the screen, React Native needs to build a corresponding structure of native platform views on the native side and then mount it. So obviously, this is platform specific. So the mounting part of the renderer has two separate implementations, one for Android written in Java, and the second one for iOS written in Objective-C++.
Let's go back to our example. In the documentation, you found information that you need React in version 68. So you quickly update your version in package.json, run yarn. So far, everything works. Well, you compile your application. This application launched without any crashes. Just work. Easy, easier than you thought. But just to be sure, you decide to check if Fabric is really enabled. You found, obviously, on Stack Overflow how to check it. So you run the app again, but bad news, your app still doesn't use the Fabric. You check the documentation again. Oh, silly me, I haven't noticed information about flag to enable Fabric in the app.
So it turns out that starting from version React Native 68, React Native supports both architectures. And by default, the old architecture is still in use. So if you just abrogate to React Native 68, it doesn't mean that you run the new architecture. You may be still using paper, which is the old architecture. So if you want to use Fabric, then you need to opt in manually by enabling the new architecture. And here's how you can do it. Well, on iOS, you need to set RCT new UART enabled while running pod install. And for Android, you need to change a single Boolean flag in Gradle properties.
You have set those flags, so everything should work now. It's time to check the application. iOS first. Quick compilation, launch the app, and great success, everything works. With enthusiasm, you go to check the Android, and then you see this. Explicit this. Missing NDK. What does it mean? This is native development kit. Since the version 68, React Native has a common code base in C++ for both platforms. Also, you need to compile it because React no longer provides compiled binaries. That's why you need to have NDK toolchain on your machine. Now, on both platforms, we can build React Native from source. So let's install NDK on your machine and build the app again, and compiled successful.
Great, so the app has compiled successfully, but we still have some errors and warnings. That's because we still need to make some changes in JavaScript. If your app uses set native props, find node handle, UI manager measure, or UI manager dispatch view manager command, you will need to migrate those as well. Luckily, this is pretty straightforward and also well documented on the reactnative.dev website.
Now, you have updated your JS code base. Should be enough. Let's run the app again. But why? If the view hasn't been migrated, a red square with label unimplemented component will be displayed instead. This means that all of your app dependency needs to support the new architecture. The community has a lot of work to do to provide support for Fabric. We will give you a high-level overview what needs to be done to save your time. Let's consider what is difficult in migration process for different types of libraries. In the beginning, the good news, if your library is JS only, so it does mean doesn't use native view, etc., probably you need to do nothing to make it compatible with Fabric. In opposite to case when your library use, for example, native components.
So now let's see how to migrate native components like map view, web view, or video component. The most important change is the introduction of React Native CodeGen. The idea is that you define the interface of your native component in a spec file. Specs can be written in Flow, which is a dialect of JavaScript developed at Facebook. If you don't like Flow, instead you can write a spec in TypeScript. In fact, Nicola Corti also announced this yesterday. However, keep in mind that some of the features may not be supported yet by the TypeScript parser. So let's see an example of a spec file. I took this one directly from React Native code base, so that's why it's written in Flow. This is for the switch component, and here's only the beginning of it. Important thing here is the name of the spec file, which needs to end with nativecomponent.js, so that the CodeGen can automatically find it. Then some imports, as usual. And now the main part. We need to define the props of the native component, along with the types and the default values. The main purpose of CodeGen is to ensure the type safety between JavaScript and the native side. So basically, the spec file serves as the single source of truth. Currently, CodeGen supports numbers, strings, arrays, custom objects, and even things like colors or image sources. And once you define the spec, React Native CodeGen automatically generates all the classes and interfaces that you need to extend or implement when providing the implementation of your native components. And apart from the props, you can also define the supported events, which can be either bubbling or direct, and specify the type of the event payload as well. Finally, you need to call CodeGen native component function and export the native component. This works kind of similar to require native component from the old architecture. Also, you can pass some additional configuration here. Apart from props and events, CodeGen also supports commands. Commands are just like imperative API for interacting with your native components. For example, scroll to command for scroll view. There is also a function called CodeGen native commands that lets you do exactly the same, and you need to use it in this case.
And what's about migration to migration of Fabric of native modules? As Tomek mentioned before, turbo modules are successors of native modules. But what is the difference between them? In the old architecture, every time when you call the native method, the invoke was serialized to JSON. This string contains the method name and all of the arguments used by this method. Then React sends this JSON via bridge to the native side. Over there, those objects are deserialized on the native side into Java or Objective-C objects. Obviously, it takes time. That's why native modules were mostly asynchronous. However, turbo modules use GSI instead. So there is no serialization. So this is much faster and better approach. All native modules built in React Native were rewritten as turbo modules. So if you need inspiration, make sure to check them out. Native modules definition can be generated by CodeGen as well as native views. The most important thing here is that we can define types of the arguments of the functions and the returned value by them.
Turbo modules are actually built on top of JSI, in particular using host objects. In general, JSI or JavaScript interface is a C++ API for interacting with JavaScript virtual machines for interop purposes. For example, using JSI, you can implement a JavaScript function that is implemented in C++. An interesting fact is that JSI is also available on the old architecture. In fact, React Native Reanimated was the very first third-party library to use JSI, starting from React Native version 62. So now, for the last part of our talk, we would like to tell the migration story of open source libraries here at Software Mention. Again, we want to emphasize the fact that the vast majority of community libraries still needs to be migrated one by one. Currently, this requires obviously some additional effort, and there are totally no automated tools for doing so. So in fact, this is a serious blocker for all app developers who want to enable new architecture in their apps. That's because they still need to wait until all of the dependencies that they use are migrated. The mission of our company is not only to develop great open source libraries, but also to pave the way and set an example for other React Native developers. So when it comes to Software Mention, libraries, we started the migration process back in 2021. We really wanted to prepare our libraries ahead of time, so they are ready for the new architecture, and early adopters of Fabric can use it in their apps. This was extremely important for us, since Reanimated, Gesture Handler, and Screens are among the most popular React Native libraries. And And speaking of our open source libraries, we would like to thank Shopify for their continuous support over the course of the last few years. With their help, we managed to expand our open source team, deliver many critical features to the libraries that we maintain, and now we are ready to pave the way for adopting new architecture among the community libraries. We are so happy to have Shopify being a part of this community and making a real impact. Thanks.
So let's talk more about our libraries. React Native Screens. This library provides platform navigation components to React Native. Moreover, this is a dependency for React navigation. During the migration to Fabric, we encountered some issues. For example, we developed that Fabric changed the order of mounting or unmounting the child views. Now, this is bottom-up instead of top-down. Also, we need to support both architecture with common code base. Is it possible to achieve it in a couple of different ways? But we wanted to eliminate duplication of code as much as possible. For iOS, it's simple because we can use ifdefs. Unfortunately, we unable to do the same in Java. So we used a Gradle source set on Android. Another thing that React Native core hasn't provided a possibility to auto-link your library on Android yet. This means you need to manually link each library in Grade. But fortunately, we found a workaround, so our libraries work out of the box. Nicola said yesterday that they are working on auto-linking, so we hope that it will be available soon, but in this moment we have our own workaround. So, well now, if you want to change the architecture, you just need to change a single flag. Our colleague Kuba wrote an article on our blog where he described in details the story of migration in the Screens library.
Another library migrated by our open source team was React Native Gesture Handler. This is a library that provides a declarative API for exposing platform native touch to React Native apps. On the iOS, the library creates and attaches UI gesture recognizers to native views. And one of the issues we've had with the new architecture was related to the fact that React Native has this cool optimization technique called view flattening. So view flattening is an optimization technique done in React Native renderer to avoid deep layout trees in order to minimize the number of views and therefore improve the performance of the app and also lower the memory footprint. So in case you try to attach a gesture detector onto a view that will be view flattened, we need to detect such cases and show a warning to the user. And also the library, the React Native Gesture Handler, comes with 2 native views, but we already knew how to migrate those due to the fact that it was previously done in React Native Screens by our colleagues.
Let's talk about Reanimated. This is the most complex and challenging library we have migrated due to the fact that Reanimated is heavily integrated with the React render system. So we needed to adjust some parts of our logic to pass Fabric requirements. Fabric changed the shadow tree behavior. Now it keeps shadow nodes in C++. And we need to trigger layout computation from reanimated C++ code on UI thread. What is shadow tree? The shadow tree is this is something between JS view tree and the native view of tree. Okay. We also had to find a way to prevent React and Reanimated from overwriting each other's changes on this shadow view tree. Okay. That was the hardest problem, I guess. Finally, Reanimated needs to receive event as fast as possible to apply changes in the same render frame. For example, scrolling events from scroll view. To achieve it, we implemented a pull request to React Native Core in cooperation with folks at Meta. So thanks, Meta. So we successfully have released Reanimated 3. On our blog, we described how to use Reanimated 3 with the new architecture. So let's look at the video prepared by Tom. This is an example of cooperation our 3 libraries running on the new architecture. So the header is from screens, gesture handling provided obviously by gesture handler, and Reanimated connect all of it together and animating the changes.
So there we have it, 3 libraries already ported. So far so good, but there's one more little announcement. Our open source team is also working on Fabric migration of React Native SVG. The main person behind migration is Wojciech Lewicki, who also helped us a lot when preparing for this talk, so thank you, Wojtek.
We talk about a lot about new architecture, but is it worth it? Does Fabric bring to us any benefits? The quick answer is yes. And the new architecture get rid of bridge. So no longer bridge, no longer serialization, and it does mean less delay on the methods invoke. The codegen take care about type safety. Fabric comes with a bunch of improvements. For example, the first render of your application is synchronized. Well, the blank startup screen disappears faster. We observe lower memory usage since we enabled the new architecture in application. But the most important is that we see a lot of new possibilities in the new architecture. So, in summary, is Fabric profitable? Yes. The new architecture delivers us plenty of awesome features and new possibility. Personally, I'm so curious how our community will take advantage of the new architecture.
So to sum up, Fabric migration is not an easy task. This is a process, and this process will take some time. Currently, all the code there is to the new architecture is already shipped with React Native version 68. The only limitation is actually the community libraries that still need to be migrated in order to be used in production apps. So that's why we are here. We would like to encourage everyone to contribute to the process because we believe that certainly Fabric is the future of React Native. In fact, Facebook itself uses Fabric in their mobile apps. And Fabric provides a lot of new possibilities, and we are looking forward to seeing what else can be done. And that's all that we have prepared for today, so thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think that the whole community is really grateful to you for your hard work on these libraries.
Okay, so now the next speaker is going to be Kelvin on Kundi and Demo. Unfortunately, he was going to fly in from Kenya, but there were some problems, so we have a recording from you that's straight from Kenya. So he works for a startup based in Cyprus, where he builds one of a kind decentralized health system using blockchain. He also loves trying to figure out new things, such as Expo. So we'll play the clip. Thank you, guys. Round of applause. Maybe he'll see this.
So what is Expo? So Expo is a toolchain that is based on React Native. I already assume that most people in this conference, of course, understand what Expo is, but because this talk is going to be shared online, I'm going to go ahead and start from even the definition of Expo. So it helps you move, build, and ship applications quickly and easily by providing you with tools that aid in your development. So Expo comes with a lot of things that I call goodies, which are going to be exploring, that enable your team to more focus on the most important part of your business, which is your customers and the product itself. Yeah. So the question now becomes, why use Expo, for instance, if you're building a startup? So the first thing is when you use Expo, there's minimal native mobile coding that is required. So Expo is a wrapper around React Native. So what that means is that your front-end engineers can easily become your mobile or hybrid software engineers. Any term that you call them, it's okay. So your front-end engineers with a very good understanding of React can start interacting with Expo and build mobile experiences for your customers. So when starting out, you really don't need to understand how native works. You don't need to understand a lot of these Android manifest, build.gradle file, info.plist. Of course, as time goes by, as an engineer, obviously out of curiosity, you'll start understanding what they do. But the good thing is you are able to bootstrap a world-class application without necessarily having to struggle with all these native specific terms or functionalities. I always say that Expo is the perfect definition of build once, deploy everywhere. So that is, as you're going to see as the talk progresses. So another thing also is Expo has a very good developer experience. So we're going to start with the Expo Go mobile application, which is all you need to test and develop your applications. So I want you to imagine maybe you're building, let's say, a good store application and you want to roll it on both Android and iOS. So if you're doing it, for instance, using the bare React Native workflow, you'll have to run your application on a Mac for you to be able to test it on an iOS phone. Or maybe another thing is you'll have to run Android Studio. So if you have especially worked with Android Studio, you know the performance implications that it comes with in terms of the RAM consumption and everything. So with Expo, you get provided with an application that you can test your application that you're building on both Android and iOS with ease. So you basically don't need Xcode or Android Studio to test your application, just your phone, Play Store or App Store to download the application. So with this, developers become more effective as they save time and computing resources that they can dedicate to something else, maybe opening a lot of Stack Overflow tabs or something, so that they can provide a good experience to your customers. Another thing also, as we're going to explore as this talk progresses, Expo also provides a very good CI/CD platform that you can build around. So Expo comes with EAS that we're going to explore towards the end of the talk, which stands for Expo Application Service. And because EAS is hosted, it means that as a developer, you can basically run your application on any machine that has Expo CLI installed. So with this, it means that you can even automate everything that you basically do. If you want to distribute your app internally, you can be able to set up that automation to build and maybe send your application to test flight or something. The same thing if you want to do a production deployment. So that is another advantage that comes with Expo. So all this is going to save a lot of time in building bundles, configuring them, and having to like upload them manually to the stores using transporter and everything. So this really saves a lot of time and just ensures that you are efficient and of course save your development time. Yeah. So we also have over-the-air updates. So this is one of the challenges that I can say, especially if you want to roll out features or like bug fixes very fast, that you're going to be facing if you're trying to build an application. Sometimes Apple might take up to 2 days to approve your updates, and if it's a weekend, you might have to wait up to Monday. I've had that experience before. So Android is a bit fast, or the guys from Google, so they take up to like 1 day max. But then this is a lot of time. So you can imagine maybe if we have a breaking change on the login page that users are not being that the users are not able to log in. So this means that your users will be locked out of the application for, let's say, a weekend or something as you wait for approval to happen. So with Expo, you are able to deliver over-the-air updates by building bundles and just sending them to the various users' devices, and you can be able to publish and roll them out as you await App Store or like Play Store approval. So this is very crucial, I can say, because it also means that additionally you can even roll out a new feature, and as long as there is no more of like any native code behind it, you can just, you know, like push it out to your customers and they'll be having that before maybe an approval from the stores comes in. So another thing also, Expo provides an integrated access to the native API. So this means that you get access to all, this is just an example of the features that you get access to: the camera, the file system, the location, social authentication, and my favorite being push notifications. So with this, it's easier for developers to add these native features to the application without really a lot of struggle, just writing, you know, normal JavaScript, TypeScript, and within minutes, features are rolled out. Yep. So now we're going to shift to the second part of the talk, which is Expo Application Services. So Expo, so we're going to maybe start by defining what EAS is. So they're deeply integrated cloud services for Expo and React Native that are provided from the Expo teams. So they provide the following workflows. So we have EAS build, EAS submit, and now we have EAS update. So what does this mean? So I'm just going to show you an example. Remember, just a while ago, we talked about how you will be with Expo Application Services as a developer, you can be able to move as long as you maybe, let's say, environment runs Expo CLI, you will be able to build and distribute an Expo application. So we're going to see how that exactly works out. So EAS Build is a hosted service to build app binaries for your Expo and React Native applications. So it provides workflows that works well and handles issues such as like app signing, which is one of the things that I think might be a bit confusing at first. And also another thing is with build profiles, you can be able to share your builds internally for testing with a lot of ease. So yeah, so this is just an example of a build that we internally, like we're using CI/CD with GitHub Actions. So this is just an example of a build that we've been able to submit to the App Store. So I've removed the sensitive parts, which is our team ID and everything. But then you can be able to see, like this is an example of how you can run a GitHub action or GitHub Actions on your project so that they can be able to build and publish your applications to the App Store. So this is EAS build, which basically builds your applications. Then now it's up to you to distribute. But then we have EAS submit to our being our savior here. So with EAS submit, it's a hosted service again that can be used for uploading and submitting your app binaries to the App Store or like the Google Play Store. So with the EAS submit, as I had said earlier, we can wire up CI/CD as shown in the screenshot to submit your application to the App Store. So what this means is that you remove all the manual work that is needed for your engineers to be able to build and submit apps to the Play Store. As simple as that. So that basically marks more of the end of this talk, covering Expo and some of its things, some of the amazing things that it comes with. But in terms of takeaways, so one thing is, in a startup setting, Expo is going to enable you to build and iterate easily. Your developers are also powered with tools to enable them to be productive and ship features fast. EAS is a game changer, as I can say. You can automate all your workflows, saving time and reducing submission-related errors and bugs. So another thing, Expo is also easy to learn, meaning that your developers can get started easily with the many native features that are provided, and you'll be able to maintain one team that develops for both Android and iOS and ships features in time and quality work, as I can say. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I hope you all enjoyed Kelvin's talk. Maybe next year he'll be able to join us here in Kraków.
So now it's the time to head there and have a sip of a coffee. We are starting our coffee break, and we will see each other here, like
Half
less
an hour?
than an hour. And we'll also be broadcasting our last part of our studio live shortly. So enjoy your coffee, and we'll see each other soon.
Yeah, and everybody remember, have any questions, go on Twitter. Last call at 4 p.m. So thank you, see you later.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture. Science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players opened their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Studio Live last part. Our last guest today is Mikołaj Mikulski, a managing director of this place, this building, Stara Zajezdnia, the building we are currently sitting in. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hi. Would you mind telling us a little bit about the history of Stara Zajezdnia?
Of course. First of all, guys, as you probably heard before from myself, we are in a very, very historic and very important place in Krakow's history and Krakow as a city. And it was built in 1913, but the whole construction and everything which was connected with the whole building took around 5 years to be finished. And as you can see it now, after more than 109 years of being in the center of Krakow, Krakow's Kazimierz, this place is almost the same. Obviously, we made so many renovations during the last almost 10 years, which were over here, as a De Silva, as a Stara Zajezdnia, as a gastronomic place. But we took a special care about the whole building, and it was unfortunately devastated after a very long time of doing many things over here. Also go-karting, which was here, and Robert Kubica, one of the most popular Polish drivers, took his first steps over here. So it's a funny story. We're still trying to get him over here, unfortunately. And we hope he will someday. But about the history, when we took this place for the first time almost 12 years ago, we renew, but according to the history, according to the UNESCO, which I will tell you in a second, we made so many things according to these rules to have this building as perfect as it was 109 years ago. And because it was a tram depot, as you all know, because it's the name of this place, the old tram depot, and we are the part of the museum, and also we are part of the most important historic part of Krakow city, and also the Kazimierz, the Jewish part of the city. The history over here is still on, and we are creating it from the new point of view.
Okay, and could you tell us a little bit more about the district that we're in, so about Kazimierz?
As probably everyone knows, we are in a Jewish part of the city, and this Jewish thing is very important over here. We have 2022 right now, so obviously we are still feeling the Jewish thing over here. The guys who are traveling all around the world just to visit this place, it's from the Jewish point of view, it's one of the most important places all over the world. And Kazimierz as a district, as a part of the city, 660 years ago was just another city next to Krakow. And if I can say so, it was some kind of a system when two different religions were just penetrating themselves, like Christians and Jewish people. And for the last 660 years, when the Kazimierz joined, if I can say so, the Krakow as a part, as a not only the different city, but the part of Krakow, we are still able to feel the whole historic, the Jewish part of history over here. And because of the millions of examples, like small churches, big churches, synagogues, museums, small theaters, and also the original Jewish cafes. It's all about the system over here. The guys, even from Poland, even with the just Polish roots, we are just also trying to just have this history over here, because this is the most important part of Judaism over here in Poland.
Yeah, so respecting it, but also, letting this district also evolve and become a bit more modern at the same time, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what about other districts of Krakow? Are there any other districts historically rich?
First of all, Krakow as a city is a city of differences. We have the main part of our city, like a center, Stare Miasto, and so the old part of the city, which probably all people all around the world heard about, with the Wawel Castle, with so many churches that I'm not able to count them, so many different buildings from dozens of eras, and also so many small just touches of the history of the city. So you can go to the old part of the city, you can go to Jewish part of the city like Kazimierz, which we are over here right now, and you can go to Nowa Huta, the very old part of the city, which also, like Kazimierz, was just a different part of the city. 500 years ago, and even now we are people from Krakow. We are just saying that Nowa Huta is a part of the city, but also the city in a city. So
yeah,
you can feel the different vibe over there. And also we are all surrounded with the new buildings, new parts of the city. So you have this some kind of a connection, and just you can see the historical part of this, or the historic part of the city, and you can go to see the big new villas with swimming pools all around the place. So those histories, the new one and the old one, they are just touching themselves all the time.
Yeah, like even like, for example, I live in Nowa Huta currently, and I always kind of joke around that when anyone says, asks where I'm from, it's like, I'm from Kraków, from Nowa Huta.
Exactly.
Its own little vibe, but I think that all of these kind of historic districts are all very unique, but they all kind of come together to make Kraków just a kind of really beautiful and eccentric city to live in. You never get bored here.
Exactly. You just need to take one tram to go through centuries. You can go to the newest part of the city and the historic part of the city. And it will just take you about 45 minutes by tram.
Yeah.
What a funny story. You are in a old tram depot.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you were to name like 5 most interesting places that the foreign tourists must see, what would this be?
Well, first of all, it needs to be a Wawel Castle, one of the most important buildings in the history of the city. The second one is, for sure, the museum, which is beneath the main market, the main square. It was opened a few years ago, but if someone would like to really touch the history of the city, and the funniest story is that the museum is at the level around 7-8 meters, I suppose, beneath the ground, but it was a ground around 600 years ago.
Wow.
So you can touch the history, you can see the small buildings, you can see the walls and everything which just left after the 600-700 years, I suppose. So the main square museum, that's for sure. Different theaters. We have few beautiful theaters all around the place and all around the city. Probably the opera, very, very, very historic place in our city. Also, the part of the city which we are exactly right now, so Kazimierz, so many beautiful places all around the place with this Jewish touch which we talk about lately. And I suppose that if you will have around 2 weeks, maybe these things you will be able to see properly. And also, for example, to see a little bit newest history of Krakow, you need to go to Nowa Huta. You can take a sightseeing tour, you can take the guys with a car, by taxi, by bus, using the trams, doesn't matter. You can go, you can just buy a book for tourists, obviously, and you can just travel around the city. So obviously the main square and the Kazimierz are the most important. And if you want to go somewhere else, you can go to Wadowice, to the home of John Paul II, so the Polish Pope, and one of the most important places for the Christian people in Poland. So it's around 30 kilometers from here, so it's not a problem altogether.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for talking with us right now. If anybody's interested about where to go, I think you all have, all of your notes down on what to visit in Kraków and around us. So this is our last studio live for today, but stick with us because after the coffee break, we're going to be back with our last talks and, of course, the Q&A panel. So thank you very much for joining us with Studio Live, and we'll see you guys out with the next speakers. And thank you again.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right now, I would like to say a couple of words about the place where the conference is held, because it's also a historical monument of the city of Krakow. In fact, it's an old car barn, so the place where trams used to be fixed, restored and kept. And the tram system in Krakow appeared in 1881, but back then there were only horse trams. The electric trams appeared 20 years later, but people were not very happy about them. They were saying that we would need 2 more hospitals. One hospital for the victims of tram accidents, and the second hospital would be a psychiatric one for the people who would get crazy because of the bells in the trams. But of course it didn't stop the city council from introducing the electric trams. And this building that is right behind me was built in the beginning of 20th century and was used until the 50s, so it was still used after the Second World War. Mariusz, Stanisz, Software Mention.
Okay, so welcome back from the coffee break. We have our last block of talks for today, and then the QA panel, and then of course we're going to have the long-awaited party. So if you guys have seen maybe a QR code around, it'll give you a map of where exactly we're going to be going and how to get there. So we're going to the Manga Museum. So like I said, QR codes will be around. You can just check that if you're not sure how to get there. And yeah, so who's our second to last speaker?
Yeah, our second to last speaker is Magda Jaśkowska. She's a skilled software developer from the Vidlash Group. The Vidlash Group is a React Native-based company that also, the same as software mentioned at Expo, contributes to React Native open source. Actually, in her previous work, she had a chance to travel to many places like Tokyo, Singapore, New York, Los Angeles, and also London. And she stayed in London, so she came to us from London. The fun fact is, whenever the winter comes, she's prepared with her snowboard. So let's welcome Magda on stage with the round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks guys. All right, so first I'm going to show you some animated notifications that I've prepared for you, and then we'll code a little bit. So here you can see a notification being triggered by a language change feature. Pretty crazy notification. Hope you're not going to see it that crazy in your production apps. But I wanted to present to you what React Native Notificated can do and why it is going to be the only library that you will ever need. So as promised, let's move to the coding part. I've prepared some playground for us to use today. Let's import create notifications from React Native Notificated, and we're going to call it. And we're going to import something specific from here, notifications provider, that we are going to include that in our return method. And pretty much that's it. That's the setup that is needed in order for us to emit a notification. But if we want to do that, then we are going to use notifications. And from that hook, we are going to import notify. And to keep it simple, I'm just going to pass it to onPress function. Let's just call it. So the first argument that this function takes is the type of the notification that we want to emit. The library gives us 4 options: error, info, success, and warning. I'm going to choose success for now. And the second argument is config. We're going to pass params, maybe title. Maybe some description. Yeah, and let's see what that does to us. And we already have a working notification. Thanks. So like you saw, we have 4 types of notification, just presented 1. So I'm going to import other 3. And let's see how other looks like. This is info, that's error, and warning. As you could see, I was pressing those buttons a little bit earlier, and none of the notifications got piled up. Just because they are queued, and they are going to be appearing one after another. OK, but I told you that this is going to be the only library that you will ever need, so I need to give you some possibility to customize it, right? So then React Native Notificated gives us 3 levels of customization. The first one, the most generic, is global scope. Let's call it this way. The global scope affects all the notifications that we have in our app, and we can modify that by passing config. And let's do that. We're going to, for example, choose notification position. We can choose from bottom, center, top, pretty standard. I'm going to do top. Duration, I'm going to set it for 1 second. That's the time for how long the notification is going to be visible on the screen. If I would like to change some styles, I'm going to use default style settings. And as we spoke, global config. Let's choose, for example, default icon type to be monochromatic. And border type, yeah, let's choose to be accent. And let's see what that does to our notifications. As you can see, we don't have that border. We have color panel, and all the icons are grayed out. The next level of customization is type range. So for example, if I would like to modify all the success type of notifications, and I'm going to do that by passing success config. And here, for example, we can change background color to be lime green, because it's success. Then maybe title color to be white. Description color to be also white. And accent color to be black. Let's see. So the info stay unaffected, but our success already looks different. The most specific level of customization is instance level, instance range. So I have customized all my success notifications, but I would like one specific to be slightly different. Let's do that. I'm going to copy that button. And by changing the styles, we can do by passing the third parameter to be style. And here, what we can do, we're going to switch off all the icon, no icon. We're going to do title size to be, let's go big. So this one still didn't change, but our custom already looked different, and this is that one. We can go one step further, and we can pass config to that custom success notification. And for example, we can choose notification position just for this one. And I'm going to do center. So this one is still on top, and that one is in the center. OK, that already gives us a lot of possibilities to customize. However, if that's not enough, if that doesn't meet your expectation, you are more than welcome to create your own custom variants. Let's do that. I'm going to show you, but I'm going to clean up a little bit. We're not going to need that. OK. So we're going to move back to our config. We're going to get rid of this as well, because we're going to use our own styles from our custom variant. And we're just using variant. Here goes the name of our type. So I'm going to name it totally custom variant. Let's go crazy. Why not? And we're going to pass component to be custom notification that I've prepared beforehand. Let's see what's inside. That's pretty much a standard component that we would normally create. We have some icon here. There is text passed by props and close button. Let's tweak it a little bit. I'm going to add one more prop. That is going to be a Boolean. And I'm going to pass it to our emoji icon. OK. But what if I would like to connect that custom notification, that custom component, with the functionality from the library? Let's say we have close button. How do I close that notification? It's pretty simple by using use notification controller. And we are going to take from that hook simply remove. And we're going to pass it to onPress function. OK, there's one more step that we need to do. In order for us to have all the types automatically generated based on the config that we are passing in here, we need to use notify directly from create notifications. So I'm going to import that and export from here so we can use it in our app. And we are going to be importing notify from and the same thing, syntax is exactly the same. So on press, let's call notify. And we already have our totally custom variant available for us to use. The second goes config, params, as before, but this time we're passing text, because that's what we defined. And as you can see, TypeScript is already telling us that is App.js also is missing. So I'm going to add that. And obviously, let's see how our custom notification works. That is what we have created. And let's check how our close button works as well. We actually have one more way of dismissing the notification. We can swipe dismiss the notification. And yes, you guessed it, that is also customizable. We can pass config and gesture config, direction to be. So by default, we have Y, so I'm going to choose X so you can see the difference. So I used to be able to swipe it down. Now I can't, so I'm going to swipe it to the left, and now it works. OK, but as you could see, that notification is coming in from the left, leaving on the right, pretty standard, pretty boring. Let's tweak it a little bit. I am going to define animation config, and actually the library gives us a bunch of animations built in that you can just import and use it. So I'm going to choose rotate in, rotate out. And that already is a different notification. As you can see, we are using our custom component with the notifications, with the animations coming from the library. However, if that is not enough, we can build our custom animation. Let's do that. We are going to be using generate animation config. So here worth mentioning is that all animations in Notificated are being built with the one and only React Native reanimated. So the syntax is going to be pretty similar. We're going to pass animation config in. And the type of my animation, I would like this to be timing. Now we need to pass config. The config is going to be basically exactly the same what you would normally pass to with timing or with Spring. However, I'm going to keep it simple, so I'm just going to pass duration to be 1 second. OK. And let's play around with those styles right now. So we are going to use transition in styles. You can think of it as use animated style. That takes in progress. That is actually a shared value. And under the hood, that is from 0 to 1. And based on that, you track the progress of your animation. So let's try to return some styles, if I could spell. Let's start with opacity. And we're going to bind it based on progress.value. Let's see what that does. It should be fading in and fading out. And it's doing it. OK. But I want some movement. Let's make it a little bit better. I'm going to define translate x. And I'm going to use interpolate, as we learned a lot yesterday about it. And I'm going to bind it to progress.value from 0 to 1, like I mentioned. And how about we just pass from 100 pixels, minus 100 pixels, to 0. Sorry. We're going to do the same thing for y. And we are going to return it. Translate x, translate y. Let's see if that works. It's coming in from the left corner and leading to the same direction. Yeah, so if you would like your animation on exit to be different than that animation on entrance, you can simply configure, define transition out styles. And I'm just going to change this a little bit to keep it similar. So it's coming from the left, but it should be leaving to the right. Yeah. You can also, play around with it. That's reanimated, so it gives us endless possibilities. Should go to the bottom. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, the sky is the limit here. With reanimated, you can do a lot. That's it pretty much from the coding part. However, I would like to move to a little bit of theory. So yeah, like it was mentioned, I'm Magda. I'm a React Native developer from London. And I am actually one of the contributors to React Native Notificated library that has its premiere just recently. So feel free to scan the QR code that's browsed through our source code, use it in your future projects, use it in your current projects, and give us your feedback. I'm really curious to see what you guys can make out of it. So the library has been built by designers and React Native developers from the Village groups that actually are here present with us, most of them. If you go through our GitHub page, you're going to see that React Native Notificated is not our only open source project that we recently released. You're going to also find Holy Daily, our demo app, and React Native emoji keyboard, super performant emoji picker. So feel free to use them as well. OK, to sum up, why that library is awesome. Like, what did we do? What happened in the last 20 minutes or so? So definitely easy setup, dev-friendly API. I mean, we did pretty cool stuff, and it was not rocket science, was it? Fully customizable styles, animations, gestures. We even passed our custom component. Modify notification on the fly, not only modify, also remove, as we did. Easy to use outside of React. Well-designed built-in variants. Dark mode support, obviously. And very important, type safety. That library is fully typed. All the types are automatically generated, even for those custom components, custom variants that we were building. So there's not much space for a mistake if you are using TypeScript in your projects. And besides, please show me a developer who does not like autocomplete. And last but not least, it's definitely faster than your delivery man. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you, Magda, for your talk. I guess now it's the time for our last speaker. Kamila, would you tell us who the last speaker is?
OK, the last speaker before our Q&A panel is Wouter. And he's an independent consultant and engineer from Eppen, which is this one place in the Netherlands between Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands. And I was also corrected before. It's not Holland, so it's the Netherlands. And he's built more than 200 apps from Symbian to BlackBerry to iOS and Android. And after so much time spent in the mobile world, he has a lot of experience and info that he's eager to share with everybody. So let's all give Wouter a round of applause. Welcome.
This is a headline you don't want to see. I think you as developer, nor your business or your boss. This is what really happened in 2002 when Jeff Bezos got hacked by WhatsApp. Not on iOS or on the other OS feature, just by a vulnerability in the app itself. Every feature or even bug you have in your app could be a vulnerability for somebody else. So what could be a really nice feature like a password reset function or something else could be used maliciously by somebody else. Or even a user, because if a user can gain something from your app, it will do so. So take care of your features and your bugs is, of course, the thing. For example, the 7-Eleven one, they made a password reset functionality, which was really great because you could fill in, if you clicked once, you could fill in any email address in the world, and it will reset the password for that account on your email address, which is, of course, really a handy feature if you want to gain access to somebody else's account. Another way that mostly brands, but also, of course, apps get exposed or not in a good daylight is by copycat apps or fake apps, which are originally just a copy of your app with the same functionality, but they added some extra functionality for their own. Or it's an app that looks the same, but doesn't do the same. And, for example, wants to give you a fake subscription for a lot of money per month instead of your functionality you have. What they try to do, of course, is to make money themselves or get data so they can sell that on the black market or even on the normal internet. Let's see, where was I? Sorry. Oh yeah. So what they do is they will take your app and then add, for example, advertisements to it or malicious code to get, for example, more permissions, for example, for your contact list, and try to read that out and send that to their own server so they can exploit that for their own gains. Most people think that only is used in jailbreaked or rooted mobile devices, but most of those tricks will happen, more than 50% of those tricks can be exploited with a normal application without any root or any other means in the application itself. I think the best example for this is the Fortnite one. Fortnite, of course, popular game, did announce their own application, mobile application, and then the application itself was just a launcher which downloaded their own app. So everyone faked that one, put it in the App Store, and downloaded their own application with all the malicious code in it and other intents as well. Even till today, because Fortnite, of course, is banned from the iOS App Store, there is a lot of fake applications who tend or pretend to be Fortnite so that people download them and, of course, get that code on that device. You would say most apps that are fake would be, won't go through the review process we all know or hate eventually. But that's not the case. Most apps will definitely get through by any means, so they try multiple times, they change different things. So every day there are like thousands of fake applications which people download and think it's your app. Besides that, there is a whole world beside the App Store with other app stores, like Chinese, of course, is one example, but also in Europe and the US, that are app stores that deliver applications that were cracked, for example, because they are paid on the App Store, but in that App Store it isn't. So people sideload those applications on their device and, of course, get exposed with more advertisement or malicious code in that way. Another trick that is current, or not that current, but is gaining momentum is the supply chain attacks. Most people think know from last year. And with those supply chain attacks, what they try to do is attack your tools, so the tools of the developer. So that can be the IDE, that can be plugins you use, it can be dependencies, of course. And the main target usually is not the developer, although that helps, because developers have, like, for example, access tokens or different kind of access to systems which they can gain access to and also exploit. But mainly it is the goal is to get into your app, because you use that tool or that dependency for your application. So they tend to try to get into that and then exploit it when it's on the device of the user. This is, like I said, gaining momentum because an average software project these days has 203 dependencies external, so that's a lot. I think React, of course, has some more, but still. So you need to look into that as well, like if they are secure. I think the best example here is British Airways. They use the Modernizer library, which most people know from web development, which just is there to detect functions if the browser does or does not have that function. What the attacker did is add some little code to that library, which got included in the checkout page of every British Airways website they have. And then every input that was made on that form was sent to their own server. And of course, that was also the credit card number and the CVS and the expiring date. So that was not great. Also, the app didn't use Modernizer in the same way, but it was included. So all the input from the app was also sent to their server. And thus, there are like 300,000 people who were hacked in that way with false claims, of course, of credit card details. And British Airways last year was fined, I think, $20 million, of course, of that, because they didn't do the right thing and didn't have the proper security rules in check as well. So what can we do about those things? Well, of course, know your service. So React, of course, React Native has multiple services. This is the mobile part, because of course we have Windows and Mac as well, or even tvOS or whatever. So, but know what the code does, understand it, and maybe also try to be creative how you can misuse it. If, for example, you don't know that much about Android or iOS, please take somebody in or hire somebody or contract somebody to get that knowledge in-house or get that knowledge about what everything in your app does and how it can be, well, not misused in any way possible. Of course, the other way is documentation. Of course, that's obvious. Katie, who couldn't be here, unfortunately, has done a really great job about the security chapter on the React Native documentation side, so definitely read that. Also, Google and Apple have good guidelines about security, what to do and what not to do, what to take care of and what not to take care of. So please read those carefully. A really good shout out to Julia. Julia's from Kazakh Labs in Ukraine. She already is doing talks about this topic, about React Native security, and I think a few years now, addressing most of the pain points it has, like dependencies and other things like the service is, of course, greater. And she is also part of the OWASP group, and she has done some really great blogs about it as well. So everything to take into account if you create a React app and you do, for example, cryptography in your React Native application. As mentioned, OWASP is mostly known, of course, for the web part, but they also have a mobile security section in their site. They even have a top 10. It's the same as, or it is not the same, but the same thing as the web part. So there are 10 vulnerabilities or ways to be vulnerable that they think are the most important. It's not up to date anymore because I think it's from 2017 or something, but it's still valid because I think most of those who are in this category are definitely needed to be checked if you make an application. They also have, OWASP also has the mobile app security requirement and verification project, which is a mouthful. And what that is it's in essence a checklist, and it's a few Excels, which can be filled in by not only the developer, but also business and some other people who are entwined in the app, or for the app and the app business. So to check if you have take every measurement or not. If not, it will print out a score and even a web about which points you can improve or you need to take a look at. It's something all my clients use to build their app and verify if we think it's safe to get it out in the open. The other one we talked about already is know your dependencies. So by knowing your dependencies, I mean really know them in that sense, like not only doing an npm or yarn and then install it and because I saw the GitHub, no. Know what it does. And like most clients I work with, we audit every dependency there is. So that means we know what the code does, we know what the service is, what they tend to do or not. And in this way, of course, you never have surprises. But of course, the downside is that in every update, you need to check what is changed or what isn't changed, of course. And of course, use tooling for most of those things. Of course, for dependency, like I said, know your dependencies more like you knowing them. Of course, there is Dependapods, who most people already encountered, I guess. Or Snyk, which is the same thing as scanning your dependencies and see if there's a vulnerability, which is great. Also, there are penetration tests you can do for free. There is the Mobile Security Framework, which is an open source framework, which tests your app in multiple ways and tries to see if there are vulnerabilities in it or yes or no. So you can get a really nice feedback on what's best or not. And of course, you try to solve them as well. There's also a commercial version from Immunio app, which uses machine learning to do the same thing. They have a whole suite about getting your secure. And of course, there's, for example, ESLint can help you with, for example, tedious input or something else. So make rules for things that could be a security or some leak or some parts you need to look after or look at. So I wanted to show how easy it is to tamper with your app. So I made an application, just an easy, just React, not an Expo one, but just a React Native init for an app. And what I've done is I have added the jailmonkey dependency, which is made by Gan to Door from Infinite Red, which only detects if a device is rooted or jailbreaked, yes or no. That's the only thing that it does. So my code in React is really simple. By default, of course, it's not jailed, and if it's jailed, then it will say so and put out another image. That's all the app does at this point. I compiled those. So those are in here. I compiled those in an APK and an IPA, which is, of course, for Android and for iOS. So first, let's look at the iOS one. Those IPAs and APKs are just archives. That's it. So it's nothing fancy or encrypted or whatever. Those are plain, if you got them from the device, mainly. I won't show you that. And it will extract all the assets and the application itself to the folder you mentioned. So what I have here is the, let's bring it up a notch. So I have the app, as you can say, just called an app, just so it's app.app, which is also a directory with all executables in it, but also the assets. the images we just talked about, and the bundle which Metro created for us. So if we install that, let's do that. And we run it, then it should say it's a jailed device because the simulator is by default jailed. I don't even know if you can jailbreak a simulator. I guess you can't. So it's a jailed device. So OK, then you would say, OK, how can we tamper with it? Well, we can take a look at the bundle, which is a compiled or a bundled JS file, which is run, of course, by React Native. So if we look like, OK, we used a function here, which is jailbroken, and we take a look at it, like, OK, where is it? Now, here is the function called, and this is the logic I wrote in myself. It's like, if it's jailbroken, say this, and otherwise, say the other part. So it's jailed. So, OK, that's not what I was looking for. If I look at this one, this is more interesting. This is the code from the dependency I got from jailmonkey itself. So what I could say is, OK, but what if I just return true always? So not making any other comparison, just saying, OK, this is true. And then let's install it again, because I don't need to recompile whatever, because it's a resource file. And then click on it, and voila, it says it's a jailbroken simulator, which doesn't exist. So in your bundle, there is a lot of code which is just exposed. All the dependencies are in there as well. So you could definitely just change it, recompile, which I won't show you, but you can recompile the app just in a zip format, sign it with your own signature if you have one from Apple, and then just send it away to the App Store, for example, for reviewing, which hopefully gets rejected because it's not your app. So it's really easy to do that. You might think, well, maybe I have it in native code, which is better, maybe, because it's more not obfuscated, but more difficult to read, which is true, but we have tools, and one of them is, for iOS, is I don't have a license at the moment, no, which is Hopper, which does read and disassemble the app. So if I open the app, yeah, it's just x65, so it will load. And this is all compiled code, so it's difficult to read, of course. That's the obvious case with all compiled code, but it's not with iOS, but also on Android, it's not impossible to read. So if I take a look at the jailbreak, it's now loading, still loading, then we see this function, which is made in Objective-C code by the jailmonkey library. We can see, OK, this has an address, so it's called. So let's see where it leads. Not using the structure, but I need the function itself. And then we see here is the function, which is, for example, the jailbroken message, which is giving the message back to the bridge, which gives back my true or false in the app. And if I look at that, I go to the, let's see, better in graph mode, I guess. I have a graph, as you can see. It's a true-false statement, as you can see. There are some other statements if you look in the overview. But in essence, it's the same thing. So if you, I think it was this one, if you change that hex code or assembly code to the false flag, and you recompile it back to an app, which I can do because it's a demo version, you have the same thing, it's returning always true instead of getting that comparison. So then, of course, you can do the same trick, package it again, send it to the App Store or a different store, and people can download it. So it's relatively easy to modify if you know what you're looking for, and that's what the internet is for. Or if you do it like this, you can even inject your own advertisement framework, for example, and give advertisements in the app, although you don't have advertisement in your app. No, I don't save. Well, and on Android, it's the same thing. Other tools, of course. So we have JDX. Start it up. which will give you, on this side, it will give you all the classes you maybe know from Java as well. And it will, if I look at my app, it will be there, like app. And of course, in the resources, the bundle is there as well, in the assets folder set. So here's the bundle, which is the same bundle as the iOS one, because of course React Native is on both. And I can make those changes here again as well, or extract it, make those changes again, package it again, and send it to the App Store again. So it's the same thing. What also is interesting, the app has some, most people use it, of course, is environment variables. So if I have an environment variable, for my Google Maps key, which is a really bad idea to do it, by the way, in here. Let's rephrase that. Don't do this. But if it's in here, this is not a nice place to put it for some people. But if you do that, it will get compiled in the code. But I can really easily look it up. Let's see. Let's search for it. Oh. And here it is. So it's the same key in plain text, and you can rip it out of the app and use it anywhere you want, which is, of course, not ideal. That's why, of course, Google also has the server-side protection on it, and hopefully you have too. So as you can see, it's really easy to do it in this way as well. So Android isn't better or less better than iOS on this point. So everything you put in the app, you can, by any means, and of course, with effort, you can take it out again. The last thing we have in the app is code push, or with Expo, of course, we have the EAS update these days. So we going to, let's see, I think it's in the app. Yeah, it's an update, and it just says I want to update, and then eventually I will get the update. So what we can do is we can look at the traffic that is going in and out of the application. So what I'm going to do, and it already has one time looked up like, I'm here. So if I click on the button, which is a button, it will say there's an update. So you can see there's a network request going out, like, okay, this is the update. This is nice. There's a download URL. That's nice. So if I click install, it should download, if the network is present, yes, it should download the app, update, and put it in there. Great. But what if I could change that direction of that URL? Because if I downloaded the URL myself, I did that already, of course, it is just, also, it is just a zip file. I have it here. It is just a zip file, this code push file, or this file, which I downloaded, is just a zip file which contains the bundle, because this one is a really easy app, we don't have multiple bundles, etc. And it has asset files, which are the same files as you know. So if I change those, put that into that zip file, and I would put it somewhere else and do a man-in-the-middle attack by redirecting it to my own URL, then of course they get my app. So let's do that. So what I need to do is first get the app off my simulator, because it already has the update. So I will install it again. I will change where it goes to, and I will go, of course, I will let it redirect to myself, because that's the easiest way, but there are multiple ways to do it, of course. Then I will serve that file. And if everything goes correct, we have this one. And if I click on it, you get an update from somebody else. So yeah. So I'm Wouter. Please keep your app secure. Until next time.
job. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Wouter, for that talk. The last talk of today before the Q&A panel.
Yeah, and about the Q&A panel, you will be seeing guys like
bringing in furniture, chairs, tables.
To prepare the stage for our experts, because our Q&A panel will start like in a couple of minutes. I'd like to thank you all for your response to my quest for you, because you've asked a lot of questions, and I'm looking forward to the answers and the discussion that's going to be here on stage between the experts around these questions that have been asked on Twitter.
Okay, so some of the speakers that we're going to have, you probably know most of them, probably mingled with them during, one of the, in coffee breaks or something like that. So we have Marcin Skotniczny from Software Mansion, Nicola Cordy from Meta, Monica Restrepo from Shopify, Jessica Lowe from Chime, Lorenzo Sciandra from Microsoft, and Charlie Cheever from Expo. So yeah, a lot of interesting talks lined up. And just another reminder, if anybody's wondering where we're going for the after party afterwards, it's not going to be here. It's going to be in the Manga Cafe. So there's going to be a QR code. You guys can see it to the sides. And it's also probably going to be up here at some time. And you could just scan that, and it'll give you a map of exactly where to go. You can walk there. I think it's not raining, so it's kind of a nice place to go around.
It's a little bit windy outside. I see a tree that is shaking.
Yeah, so I guess maybe.
Beware that it's on the other side of the river. So you need to find a bridge and cross the bridge.
Yeah, we don't recommend kayaking to get over there.
Or swimming through the river. It's rather deep.
Yeah. And yeah, so there's going to be a lot of Japanese culture there, if you're interested in that. If you like ramen, I think they serve it there. Lots of other good ramen joints around as well. And yeah, here you can see Kraków. So I think this is weather probably from today. Let's hope it doesn't rain before then. The weather in Poland, I used to hear when I moved here that, in Poland, the weather's always stable. In spring, it's like moderate. In the summer, it's hot. In winter, there's snow.
That's true.
That's what they said 10 years ago when I moved here. And ever since I moved, it's just absolutely terrible. In the winter, it's hot. In July, it starts hailing. And then I wouldn't be surprised if snow came out or something like that. But
like right now.
Yeah, basically. It's great June weather. Yeah, on Monday, I think was like 30 degrees Celsius. And then in the evening, it's just like 12. So, a very warm 12 degrees.
True. And let's go back to the manga museum. The party is going to be held. Last time, after our first edition of conference, our evening party happened there too. And I want to tell you something. The food there is amazing. All the beverages, the softer ones and the harder ones, like vodka, beer, wines, are all delicious. And actually, in the basement, like on the floor -1 or something, there is a dance floor with the DJ. And last time, the party was great. People stayed like the whole night there dancing and having fun. So I encourage you all to stay there all night this time too.
Yeah, exactly. I know that there's probably some dancers around here. I know that George from Chime says that he used to be into dancing, so maybe catch him on the dance floor as well.
Maybe some dance lessons there.
Yeah, exactly. If anybody doesn't know how to dance, I think that everybody here is going to be understanding. And if we get enough shots in us, it'll all be, going well. Okay, so I think that we could probably welcome Krzysztof Magiera onto the stage, who's going to be moderating the Q&A panel. So welcome, Krzysztof.
Hello. Yeah. Shall we maybe invite more people for the panel? So we have 6 fantastic panelists today. But before we start, I wanted to give a round of applause for the hosts of today's event, Bartek, Kamila, for being the masters of this ceremony and also holding the live studio. So give a round of applause for them and thanks them for hosting the event today. Great. So with me today, we have Charlie, Cheever, CEO of Expo. We have Marcin, CEO of Self-Mention, Jessica from Chien, Nicola from Meta, Lorenzo from Microsoft, and Monica from Shopify. So we had some questions prepared, so we've been asking you to submit your questions on Twitter. And there were quite a few questions being asked. Some of them were like a little bit too technical, I think, for the panel, and some of them have like a definitive answer, so it's better if those are actually being answered in text on Twitter directly. So if someone feels like answering, then just feel free to check out the questions from Twitter. And I picked some of those questions, going to be asking them to this group of panelists. So the first question was from Mark, and yeah, I'll just read it so that I don't change the context. So with multiple speakers talking about apps that run on native and web, it's clearly a trending topic among the community. How do the panelists feel about this uptick in community interest and how it is being viewed at their respective companies? Whoever likes answering, Jessica. This is very far
I can
from
take a stab at this one a little bit. So at least over at Chime, like, we do value web. Like, there's a lot of use cases for web still. On our end, like, ideally, we want to kind of prioritize development velocity, but also prioritize like our member experience for kind of customizations depending on their platform. So you can imagine like web interfaces and features might be very different from mobile interfaces and features. So I think it is going to be a trade-off of like, for us, like the development velocity with how many features you can customize. One other thing is that right now for us, our mobile app is like much more mature than our web app. So it's a little bit different from starting from scratch. So starting from scratch, it'll be a lot easier, kind of building one universal app for everything. For us, we need to figure out like where along the spectrum we live there.
Anyone wants to chime in?
Yeah, I actually didn't hear the end of the question, but I gathered it was about web and React Native. And it's so clear that this is like the theme of this edition of this conference. It's like 4 or 5 of the talks are about it. All kinds of people are embracing this and checking it out. I think it'll take a bit of time before this stuff matures for a couple reasons. One is like Jessica was saying, when you've already started down a path where you've got your mobile app separate from your web app and one's more mature than the other, that's hard. It's much easier to start from the beginning with a single code base if we want to end up there. And then there's a bunch of problems in terms of navigation and styling and specifying, dealing with the differences between web and what iOS and Android give you. But people really do want this, and I think like the community is going to come together and figure out how to fill in all these gaps. And I bet in the next 18 months, 2 years, we're going to see really good solutions to this, and it's going to become very normal that everybody will just want to do this. I think the biggest missing piece of a lot of this stuff is just sort of like making it super, super easy to do this so that it's just like the normal default thing for everybody. And we're very close to there, but that's probably what it'll take to get that momentum turning into like a big snowball that keeps rolling.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting questions, and we've also noticed that when receiving the submissions for the talks for the conference, so many people, many talks were featured on the conference, but many were rejected eventually. But yeah, that's definitely. Can we ask someone to bump up the speakers on the sides, because we cannot really hear what we are talking about? Is it better? No? Yeah, there are speakers over there. Should work. Maybe we can rotate that one. Can we have someone here help with the sound on the stage? Because we are not hearing anything this side. I mean, this one works, but something with me.
We can keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going. Might be better now? Yeah, I think so. Is it better? Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. So the second question I also really liked from Marek. If you had to choose one thing you'd like to see to be improved or added to React Native, what would it be?
Thank you. Definitely no bias about my answer, but I think that it definitely has to be some improvement to flat lists and just lists in general, but nothing to do with anything that I talked about during my conference. But yeah, I think it's just like one of the things that we have been suffering the most as developers when using React Native specifically. So there is a, you know, even though we've been working on it, like the team at Meta and React Native overall and contributors and everything have worked in improving it, it still has, you know, like a long road to go in order to like be up to the user needs and developer needs.
Yeah, kind of tagging along on what Monica said. I was just chatting with Bartek, one of our teammates who works on like our pay friends screen where we load contact lists from members' like devices. We actually got a report from, like a bug report from our CEO of, hey, like I'm trying to load the contact list, it's incredibly slow. I guess after the team investigated, turns out he had, I think, over 10,000 or 9,000 contacts on his phone. So you can imagine if you're trying to search for a contact, load it, like it's incredibly slow. So I'm incredibly excited also like instead of porting like with our contact loader, like the thousands of contacts over the bridge, excited for like JSI coming in and making that a little bit more efficient for performance improvements. Though we did improve his contact list loading since, it's just we had to do some stuff under the hood.
Any other ideas from the panelists?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe in more like, I guess, literal sense, like I would have loved for React Native, the core library to have also navigation library integrated within it. Like, I'm super like appreciative of the fact that the community came up with so many different approaches, but it should be a problem solved at the root. So it would be great for core to have its own navigation library integrated.
Yeah, I'm going to add a thing. It's more like on the community side of things. I think we all should do a better job in terms of storytelling. I feel like when I come at conferences like this, I hear about stories of apps developed with React Native and how you made it successful. But like in the whole ecosystem of the IT world, we can definitely do a better job, especially like big companies, like every one of us. I don't want to name any company, but I think we can like tell a better story of how we are using React Native and how it's making a product successful. Because at the end of the day, there are so many apps that we use daily that are running on React Native. And I learned that they use React Native because I met the developer that are developing it. But without knowing the developer, I would have not been aware of that. So I think there is space for everyone to improve and learn on this.
Great. Anyone else? Anything to add? Charlie?
One thing I would throw in here is just a really strong debugging story that's like native. Just looking over at the world of the web and just thinking about like the Chrome dev tools and like the richness you can get there in terms of just like plugging into the JSVM, a REPL, networks, network requests, inspecting and things like that. I think like all those things are kind of possible in React Native right now, but it's just not like great. And I think that would really help people who are doing complicated things and just help developers move faster.
Okay. I was said a couple of great answers. Let's move then to the next question, Jerry. We have a question from Sebastian. Server-driven UI seems to be growing in large companies' apps for flexibility and scalability reasons. Any thoughts on adding a server-side solution to React Native or Expo? Can React Native server components make any sense? When wants to, yeah, Jessica, leaning in.
I don't have a response for the question, but I can just say that like at Chien, like server-driven UI is incredibly important for us. Given that we're a bank, like we often have a lot of like compliance and like regulatory changes that we'll need to make on the fly. I think for us, like fast iteration changes are incredibly important, and being able to do a lot of dynamic experiments to figure out like, hey, what member experience is better, what flow is better, like being able to design and like make changes quickly there is important for us.
Just coming at it from the Expo angle, I think you could implement this now with the stuff out there if you wanted this. I've seen some experiments on GitHub and whatnot where people have played around with this. I think you want it less in the context of a mobile app because oftentimes you're dealing with like weak internet connections that are just going in and out. That's just the nature of running around on mobile devices. And then also the expectations for responsiveness and latency and things like that are just higher on mobile devices. Like people expect to be able to unlock their phone and get into Twitter or Instagram or whatever app they have like almost instantly. And they tend to have more patience when they're loading a website and things like that. So I think the demand is going to be a little bit less, but there's no reason this shouldn't be an option, especially for products that have huge, wide changing surface area where, yeah, you do want to load in things on demand that are completely different than previous stuff you'd had. I think that this doesn't necessarily need to be implemented at the React Native or Expo layer of stuff. I think it actually be already done in like application layer, user land. And I actually think even if you wanted to pull it down into the Expo layer or the React Native layer, it should be like, you should do it in user land first and create like exactly what you want before it sort of gets optimized by being pulled down into the stack. Because there's few things worse than like taking an incorrect thing or a slightly off abstraction and sort of baking it into the core that can only be changed slowly or is very hard to change.
Actually, seeing other questions by Sebastian, I think this one was kind of inspired by the fact that like what oftentimes happens with mobile apps in general, but also like React Native apps is that you interleave the native experience with web views just because you can't really build everything into your app and some screens are just not visited that often so that you just like rely on displaying web view based content. So potentially like React Native seems to be better suited for the kind of like server rendered content needs, but yeah, that's I think what inspired the question. So if you have anything to add here, then we can continue to the next question. All right, next question is about open source. Many of you represent companies that make big contributions to open source. How you make this work in your organizations? What the benefits are from your perspective and how to find the right balance between open source and product work? So you want to pick it up?
Maybe I'll start. So at Software Mansion, we right now, I would say we probably spend about between 25 and 35% of time on different kinds of developer tools, most of them obviously open source. And I think if you are a product company, you will build a solution to a problem, then you have the problem solved, and you probably, well, there is not that much incentive to open source, or like, why would you do that if you can instead spend time on building features, move your product forward? But if you're an agency, you are solving the same problems again and again for different clients. So this gives a lot of inspiration and a lot of feedback, what could be improved in the tools, what should be built, what is the problem, and you see that again and again at different projects. So this actually very much helps building good open source software, but it also works the other way around. Like for us, the model of building great open source software, it's obviously, it gives us a lot of visibility, which obviously gives us new clients, new opportunities in terms of earning money, and kind of finance that back. And this loop is, I think, okay, it works for us. So I would say this is pretty good loop. Yep.
Yeah, I think I want to share a bit like how at Microsoft we're doing open source. I think because maybe surprisingly, like I really feel we're still learning a lot. And the key word in there is like leading by example. So when you ask like, oh, are you doing open source in a big organization? For me, the answer is like, well, there are multiple people in multiple sides of the company that are really passionate about open source. They lead by example. They drive the idea of like, we should be open source first. And then that energy trickles to their colleagues, to the rest of their team, and you establish new practices. So all of a sudden, instead of like, oh, I'll just default to do a private fork of this library, instead I'll submit a PR upstream and I'll collaborate with the maintainer. So there's a lot there in you know, you really need to ingrain in your culture that like open source is not like free as in free beer, but like as in free puppies. Like if you pick up a puppy from like a box and you take it home, it's not like, okay, now he's gonna live on its own, right? You need to feed him, you need to clean after him, and you need to stick around it, right? So that's a very important and challenging cultural shift that some companies need to do. And aside from that, I think at Microsoft we also see this as an opportunity to really give back, because we're really trying to make things better for everyone. Like, if I remember correctly, like our motto is basically that we want to empower everyone to do the best that they can. So like open source is a really good way to achieve that. And yeah, I think it's something that we can all learn a lot. And I think the talk you did yesterday about how Shopify does open source was really, I hope, inspiring for a lot of people here on like how they should do that more, basically.
Yeah, just to like complement what you were saying, I think at least at Shopify, yes, we recognize that it's not always possible to keep a balance between like doing work like for our products and also open sourcing everything. But we try to come from the idea of like, first, if we have a need of something that needs to be improved for us and our products, we can start working on it and then bring it back to the community when it's possible, right? So like the distribution, I guess, of how it works would be around like 80% of the time we have to commit to our products and just be working, but then we have around 20% that we do want to give back, and then just we want to commit to fix things that are not only useful for us, but also for like the community in general. And it goes from also the passion that we feel about like developing and just using React Native in this case, or the technologies that we do.
Yeah, I want to add a couple of things on what Lorenzo said, and I think for us the biggest challenge is all about the cultural shift, because you literally, especially when you're like working in big orgs, you basically create your own world internally. Like you have your own tools that work a little bit different than how they work outside, and so on. And the amount of engineers that works on React and React Native is quite big, and we try to make processes that prioritize the open source environment as much as possible. We try to avoid shortcuts, because it's always easy, you know, like you're inside a company, you need to ship a change, you just make an internal CI green and you push it, and that lands on GitHub and breaks the rest of the world. So we are literally, there is an ongoing effort in putting the open source ecosystem first, so that we don't make mistakes as we probably did in the past. Maybe some of you sent pull requests on React Native that they got forgotten in the past. And I apologize on behalf of my team if this happened. But we are really trying to make this sustainable. We can't rely on single person. Like, we can't rely on that developer that is passionate about open source and is looking at all the APRs. We're trying to make processes that lives across years, across people changing, across manager changing. So it's a matter of, again, as Lorenzo said, cultural shift. Like, people need to understand why we're doing certain things, why we want to keep a project alive, and where do we invest.
Run out of answers. Yeah, that was very insightful. Next question is about Expo. The Expo has historically been seen as a tool for building prototypes or learning React Native. But it's made a huge progress in the past years, and now provides us far superior developer experience compared to plain React Native. What are your thoughts now on using Expo, and would it make sense for your organizations to adapt it? pick it up? Lorenzo.
Okay, I can give the others sometimes
day.
to think. What can I say? From the Microsoft perspective, I don't think we have an official answer. We surely look at Expo as something like we can learn a lot from, and like we aspire like to shape the React Native experience into something like what Expo is doing. So in that sense, yes, we recognize a lot like how good Expo is right now. And yeah, I don't know of scenarios in which we are or we want to be using Expo, but I think there's an entire pool of developers that like I don't see a future in which like people don't consider Expo like at least like 60% of the time. Like whenever they need to do cross-platform and they choose like React Native or JavaScript based, like Expo should really be on the forefront because it's such a complete experience. So I don't know, maybe in smaller companies you're even thinking of, I don't know, white labeling or using Expo for some other things, I don't know. But what about consultancies? Are you suggesting Expo?
I can tell that for us, Expo, we can use Expo and we use a lot. It's easier if you're working with, well, with different projects that are actually starting, not having a big organization that you would have to, well, start using Expo with an existing app. It's the answer to the original question for me was like we're already using it, and I think this works. But yeah, I am not sure when was the first time we've built an app with Expo for a client. Probably, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, maybe even more. And back then it was, when we talked to someone about the technology choices, it was like Expo was an option, but then you had to ask all those questions like, will you ever need native code, or will you, are there any different kinds of things that can stop you from using Expo? And usually the answer would be, yeah, possibly. And as the years went by, the problems got away. Like each problem would be less more often happening. And now I would say probably like in 80% of cases, we would probably say, yeah, Expo should be the best way to move forward.
Right. So we have another question from Sanket also about Expo. With the latest advancement with Expo, pre-build and no eject, can we assume that Expo and core React Native are diverging from each other? A bit. Charlie, what do you say?
I would actually say like the opposite in a lot of ways, where I think we choice between using Expo and using React Native or something like that. Like they don't like forks in the road. And for good reason. Like you don't know what things you're going to need in the future. You don't know what requirements you're going to have. And so we've actually been pretty deliberate and pretty like conscious about like trying to make it so that we're tracking closer to React Native and that you can kind of pick and choose what you want and not really like the last question was kind of about like this, you know, sometimes companies face a choice. Should I use Expo or not use Expo? And we kind of want, like one way we could try to answer that question is say, all right, we have to do everything we can do to get people to choose Expo. But we also almost want to make it so that question goes away and you don't even really have this big choice. And it's because like, yeah, you're just using React Native the same way you would, and you're picking and choosing the tools that Expo gives you if you want them. But you don't need to use them, and it's not a big deal. You can change your mind later in a big way. So I think you can expect to see us mostly hew pretty close to React Native, and it should feel very much like you're getting directly plugged into React Native when you want that.
I also remember Expo like some years ago just actually having like a fork of React Native and having like a number of patches that were on top of that. So what's the situation with it? Is it still there?
There are a couple of patches.
Yeah, I remember some of those like things just going away eventually. And
yeah, most of those patches are because we cram a couple different versions of React Native into Expo Go. The reason for that is just so that if you're working on a project and a new, SDK comes out, you don't want it to be broke. You don't want to be paralyzed and unable to develop it the next day just because there's a new version out. So we put a couple of versions in there all at once. and we need to do a little bit of patching to do that, but we've tried to keep making that fork skinnier and skinnier and just track much more closely to the upstream. And ideally, we would have it just go away completely.
To follow up on what, like the current answer. I mean, one of the things that we heard a lot in the last years was that upgrading React Native was a pain. I guess like some of you might share that feeling. So actually, a lot of the work that we did recently as part of the React Native team was like looking into the release process and trying to understand what are the pain points. And I'm glad, like I spoke with folks at Expo and they mentioned that like, now it's way easier to like bring up the framework up to the latest release of React Native. So I don't feel that the divergence is so prominent. And on that sense, like if the question is, should I use React Native CLI or should I use Expo? Well, on our end, we don't have a real answer. The general answer that we give is like, use the tool that works best for you. At Meta, we have like a strong culture of basically developing UI frameworks and core capabilities like rendering and native integrations. We don't focus that much on developer experience, mostly because internally, as I said before, we have our own environment with our own set of tools, which are sadly not open sourceable and like will not even make much sense to open source them. So whoever is developing tool on top of our framework, we are more than welcome to support them. And this was one problem. Like, for example, the feedback loop in addressing issues that other tools that were building on top of us was extremely slow. We looked into that, and we tried to make the word for others as better as possible. So, again, CLI or Expo, use whatever works best for you. Let us know if there is something missing in the framework, which is making one of your tools that you are developing harder to develop, and we will try to see what we can do and how we can simplify that workflow.
Thank you. Next question is really short, but I know that some of you have a lot of thoughts about that. What can React Native learn from Flutter?
No, okay. I'll start here, but I also want to hear other opinions on this. I want to start by saying that I knew that the question about Flutter was coming, but because it's a classic. And why is that? Because there's a lot of, how can we phrase it? Like, whenever one comes up in the conversation, the other one follows up. And there's a lot of like competition going on. Like we all remember the framework JS wars between Angular and React, so we're kind of used into the mindset of like different frameworks like really competing aggressively against each other, and like having these two teams of people, and like if yours works one team, you hate everyone on the other team. And the first thing I want to say about that is I really want to break that. Like I don't think Flutter is necessarily evil. I don't think that everyone is using Flutter is a bad person. Absolutely. I think we have a lot that we can learn from it, and that's why I love this question. And for example, I think that Flutter has shown clearly how much like developer relationship and like having great documentation, having videos in your documentation, having examples that are always well maintained, caring about like even your social media presence and those kind of things. Like those are really things that make the developers, so your quote-unquote consumers, like feel that they're, cared of. Like there's a lot there and that consistency of Flutter, of like really showing up for their users, it's what I feel like allowed them to really like skyrocket in terms of popularity lately with like their GitHub stars. I don't think in terms of adoption can as easily like go as fast up because of technical divergences from something like JavaScript-based like React Native. But I think in particular, there's a lot there that we can learn in like how, the product is perceived by the consumers and how the consumers feel like that they are cared of, and like how documentation can really lead the project to success.
Anyone wants to add anything to this question about Flutter? Right. All right, so next question, going back to React Native world. What is one thing in React Native, it could be a feature, library, anything really, that may not be very well known, but you're very excited about it? Something that's not too popular,
I don't know if we're just ready to pilot yet, but definitely excited about that new architecture. I think all the performance improvements it could provide. We have a lot of folks who are on lower end devices. We'll see a good number of out-of-memory issues that come up. So just excited for that to come out. Or it is out, but just to be integrated.
No one has answered to that, and maybe I can mention one thing. Because I
can add a super small thing. This is probably almost well known actually. Like in the core React Native repo, there's a thing called rn tester. It's a folder. It's also like a test app that it's basically what Facebook uses to validate that all the components work well. But the great thing about it, and I think we should figure out a way to make it more prominent, like each one of these like sub pages of this test app where they test they literally test everything for the component. So like, if you need to learn how a component can be used in like all the possible ways, you should just open rn tester, go see the source code for that component specifically, and it's much more comprehensive than the documentation actually. So that's like my hidden treasure. Whenever I don't know something, I just go there, see the component in action there. But yeah, that's a really cool one.
Right. We had some talks about the new architecture, and we also just mentioned it. So the question is, how do you envision Fabric adoption across the community? What do you expect from Fabric, and what do you think is necessary for your organizations to consider adopting it in the apps you build?
But I promise I will not answer the next one. So I'm actually prepared to talk about this because at Microsoft, like, of course, with our scale, like something like migrating to an entire new architecture becomes like, oh, how many months, how many people do we need to get involved into this? As also like the talk earlier today from the guys from Software Mention was saying, like, Fabric and the new architecture in general requires a lot of work from the entire community. So personally, I think it's going to be a long process. I don't think that the backward compatibility that Nicola mentioned in a tweet yesterday is going to go away in like 6 months. It's probably going to stay around for a really long time. And basically, like, if you think about it, the new architecture, like Facebook took you 3 years, right? And you were able to basically do it while, like, you were fixing a machine while you were on it. So, like, you were only one commit away from fixing a problem. Like, if you were moving to the new architecture into a screen and something was broken, you could just, like, do the commit and automatically you will get the fix. But, like, everyone else is going to have to do that through new releases. So it's going to be a software feedback loop. So that's probably going to take, I don't know. I would hope that, like, in 2 years, we're all happy with our existing app to the new architecture, or maybe we just, like, rewrite everything in the new architecture directly. Maybe that's faster. But yeah, I think it's going to be a long process. I think we all need to be aware that it requires some costs. I think that the talk the Software Mention guys did earlier was a really great primer for that. And yeah, I'll also be doing my own talk at some point later in the future. So I'll tell you more then.
Yeah, I can add to this. As Lorenzo said, it took us several years, so I can't expect to come here and say, like, 6 months, done. Obviously, it will take quite a bit of time for the open source community. We are not pushing hard. As you saw, I haven't given any dates that we are saying, like, hey, we're going to drop support for the old architecture in 6 months, 12 months. This is not happening as of today, but please take your time, start looking into this kind of stuff. We are really focusing a lot of our attention on library authors because those are the key to unblock the old migration for the community. Like, ideally, once you develop an app and all of your libraries are migrated, you should just be fine by enabling the new architecture, and it should be good to go. Again, we will be releasing more content like updated guides and documentation on how to properly write a component or a module which are fully backward compatible. And we are constantly looking into the process. Like we literally look at daily, weekly at our documentation, and we try to understand like, okay, in this guide that contains 12 steps, which one I can realistically remove if I develop like a script, part of the code gen that will simplify some of those steps. So we are trying to streamline this as much as possible. And actually want to thank all the libraries that already started migrating or already like released new versions which are like compatible with Fabric and Turbo modules. But again, like if you have feedback, please share it on the working group, on Twitter, on GitHub issues, wherever. Like we are actively looking at those, and yeah, we will be more than happy to hear what doesn't work for you and so on.
Yeah, I think the community like only needs like just a little push, and before the new like apps start appearing that works on Fabric, and then like people start observing what kind of actually benefits come with it, and that might actually bring, you know, all sorts of people who will be then not really waiting for all the dependencies to be supporting Fabric, but maybe just think of some other ways how to replace some of the dependencies they have. So this might actually go that way. Yeah. Thank you for the answer. So yeah, I have only one last question to ask, and the question is about the future, and the future App.js conference actually. Are you coming? I actually have one more question, sorry. But it's also about the App.js conference. So what's the next thing for React Native? What type of topics you think we'll talk about on the next App.js conference that you will come to? What's the future of React Native?
This one.
Yeah.
This is more like my personal point of view on the thing. I don't have much to share from Meta's side other than what we already said. But I'm a big fan of like new platforms, new surfaces. So I haven't seen a talk about like, for example, React Native on foldable devices. Has someone looked into that? What's the situation? Or like wearable devices? What can we do today with this framework? And beyond that, like Skia support. Has anyone looked into rendering React on a console application? Like I'm a big fan of those like new surfaces where you can bring this framework. And so yeah, I'll be looking forward to see more on this space.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the theme of this edition of App.js was sort of like web and one code base across everything. And I think that leads into what might be the next big theme, which I think might be about like distribution and like when you make something, how do you get it to somebody else as quickly as possible? Like for internal testing, for using, for everything like that. And even going back to like an earlier question you were asking about you know, server-side components and rendering stuff on the server and sending it down live. That's kind of part of the same question, which is sort of like, oh, like I have new stuff that I need to send to people like without, you know, going through all kinds of processes and approvals and bureaucratic stuff to get to somebody else. And so just finding ways to improve the efficiency and speed and reduce the friction of distribution, I think, is actually sort of orthogonal to React Native, but so important to its success that I think it might end up being a pretty big theme of the next year or two.
So you're Marcin reaching for the mic.
Yeah, I hope the next App.js will be more about more platforms again. I would love seeing React Native to become a kind of a default way to build UIs for new platforms, so that if you have a platform that is not Android or iOS, then you probably start with building React Native UI for that. Well, we are doing one project like that, so hopefully we can talk about that next year. We'll see. Krista, how do we? Hopefully, yeah. So yeah, I hope this will be the direction React Native moving forward.
That's a great vision for the future, and that was our question. Last question for it. Oh,
I can add some more.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first one is more of a wishful thinking kind of scenario. I would love to see on stage a talk by someone not from Microsoft, but a talk about using the tooling that we've been releasing lately, like DAppCheck. Now we've been doing a lot of work in TypeScript. We are doing work with the Metro plugins and also, React Native test app. For example, we've migrated WebView to have a React Native test app inside instead of a normal example app. So for us, it would be awesome to see a more organic adoption in the community, someone coming up on stage next to him they were actually right on something over there. No, but aside from that, I really think that an area that is now in the early phases, I feel is Metro. Lately, the work of Moti and Rob from Meta, Evan, he mentioned yesterday during the keynote, Adam Foxman from our team, they've been doing a lot of interesting things in modifying Metro so they can be expanded and tweaked and changed, and that opens the door to a lot of possibilities like the ES Build plugin that we made a while back. I feel that Metro is a great place where things can be still explored a lot, and now there's a renewed energy also on the meta side in collaborating and being open and modifying the source code. So yeah, and also we had things like the Airbnb article of them using Metro on web in a very almost kind of secret way. They explained the technique, the theoretical ways they did it, but it's not really practical. But there's a lot of opportunities there, and I think it would be great to hear more people sharing their experience with customizing Metro.
Thank you. So with this vision for next year, we can finish the panel for today. So give a round of applause for our panelists for coming and presenting. Thanks for sticking around. Yes, I'll leave the mic for Marcin to close the conference.
We'll be ending the conference. This is obviously the last talk on the agenda, but this is not the end of the event. So we have an after party in about, exactly 1 hour from now. It's in Manga. If you've been to the previous edition, it's the same spot. You can walk there. It's probably about 20-25 minutes walk, maybe. Not very quick pace. It's not raining, right? So yeah, that's a good option. So yeah, we invite you there. But before we end, I would really like to thank our sponsors that helped make this conference possible. But in particular, I would really love to thank the organizing team. They are there. Do you want to go up here? Come here, Paulina and the rest. So they've spent so much time and effort on the conference and had so many sleepless nights, and probably will sleep the next 48 hours or something like this, right? So the head of organization committee, Paulina, Jana, and Magda, and there is, Jarek, the responsible for the technical part. If you had the thought that the streaming is done professionally, that's his job. I'm Jarek. Jarek, it's your job. And also, I would really like to thank the crew that's sitting here and in the back. I would love to thank the people from the venue. I think it is a really great venue. So hope we will be able to do another one here. And probably I forgot hundreds of other people that I should thank now. If you think that you should be thanked, thank you. So please join us on the after party. And there will be food, drinks, and music. Will it be music? Yeah, I think it will be music. Yeah, and talk to you there. So if you don't know how to get there, we'll probably form a group or something like this. Yeah. There is also a QR code you can check on the map. Yeah, it should not be difficult. It's a nice place, so hope you'll join it. Okay, so thank you, and well, see you there.